Alright, welcome back to We Play Games. I'm Walker, and here we are in CK3 After the End, live with the Legend of Levi today. But this is going to be an episode where we're going to begin by just trying to frame the story of Levi a little more firmly in both the world's lore, the way we do in like the CK3 After the End lore videos that we've done, as well as, like, you know, what's going on here within this world. But while we're doing that, we're just going to, you know, have the map on a little bit of observer mode, so that way there's some stuff moving around in the background. But in the meantime, I think the question of who is Levi here, who is Levi the Liberator, is probably going to be a question asked by rabbinical scholars, you know, in the 2800s, 2900s, because of the historical importance he would have within the universe, assuming that we are able to get some stuff done with Levi the Liberator himself. So, yeah, no, you can actually watch this here on YouTube. There is nothing on Twitch. I have not made the jump to doing a restream. I've thought about it from time to time, but I actually prefer streaming on YouTube, and so there is no Twitch stream. You are not typing into a void. But we are going to be playing with Count Levi the Liberator. But Count Levi the Liberator himself, within After the End, you can see here we are Haredi, which is a Jewish variant. The Haredim are one of these groups that within Judaism here in the real world exists mostly within Israel. There's also Hasidic communities here within New York, and that's sort of like what Count Levi is supposed to be representing, is the continuation of the Hasidic communities here. But the Haredi had, of course, they have had to make adjustments to this post-apocalyptic world. But I think that Judaism in particular, because of its history, because of the history of the Hebrew people, because of the history of the Hebrew language, and because of the history of the Jewish faith throughout you know the world's history and its interactions with Judaism, I think that Judaism is actually uniquely well positioned to survive the event, because Judaism, you know, for better and for worse, it is a post-apocalyptic religion. It has survived so many cultural and religious apocalypses over the course of human history that I think it's kind of insane to assume that just because they aren't a large group, and they are not a large group here within this world, which is something we will experience with Count Levi, that they would not make it. But I think that they would, because of the path that Judaism has taken. So Judaism, of course, is a monotheistic religion. It's one of those religions that it's not clear exactly when it became monotheistic, because, you know, like the historical development of religion is a very complicated thing whenever it comes to human history. But it was a monotheistic religion existing within the Middle East, centered around Jerusalem. But because it was diasporic, even moving into that, because within the mythos of the religion itself, you know, the whole idea was that they had to wander through the desert for 40 years before they accomplished the discovery of Israel, the land flowing with milk and honey. And so they had discovered this homeland after a diaspora, and then from that point that became a central part of what the Jewish faith was supposed to be about, which was, you know, like the practice of the observance of the God of Yahweh, and, you know, observing it as the only God at a certain point in time, and abolishment of icons of other religions, but also the preservation of the Hebrew culture within that little nascent kingdom of Israel, and then Judea and Israel to the north. But eventually, of course, if you're stationed right there in the Middle East, and I do apologize for not being able to show that on this map, but this is After the End, so this is a post-apocalyptic mod for CK3 that takes place in the New World, but exclusively in the New World, so there is no Israel for us to be, like, passing over, or no Palestine. That area, of course, is, like, crucially important as a linkage between Africa and Asia, so, like, unsurprisingly, the Hebrew people and the Jewish faith was, like, invaded over and over and over again. And one of the very early apocalypses for them, of course, was the destruction of the first temple, the Temple of Solomon, and then the exile to Babylon. So Nebuchadnezzar II, he was the Neo-Babylonian ruler at the time. This is like the early 6th century BC, invaded Israel and destroyed the temple, which was like one of the core aspects of Judaism at that point, and then brought everybody out of Israel, most of them, into captivity in Babylon. And then along came Cyrus, who ended Babylonian captivity and let the Jews come back. But like that was an apocalypse for them. And then further down the line, you had the destruction of the Second Temple during the Roman occupation. Of course, the Jews were not themselves entirely helpless during that time period because of Judah of Maccabee. Now, we're going to try to like emulate him a little better because we can see that Count Levi the Liberator is already having some issues holding on to his land and preserving the Jewish people here. So we're gonna have to break with the Haredi tradition of traditionally not interfering with other people, and I suppose we will thank our God that we do not have a pacifist tenet here, because for Levi to prevent this, for him to prevent the extinction of Judaism in this area, the Mid-Atlantic, he's gonna need to emulate Judah Maccabee a little bit. So in the 2nd century BC, there was another one of these occupations of Israel and Palestine. The Hellenic world had just kind of like blobbed all over what had been the Persian Empire during Alexander the Great's conquests, and then after the death of Alexander and the rise of the Diadochi, that area became like a central conflict point between the Ptolemaic dynasty centered in Egypt and the Seleucid dynasty centered in like Syria and modern day Iran and Turkey and the Anatolian plateau, and they just fought each other like multiple times for control of that area. But in order for the Seleucids who were in charge of that area to like keep holding on, they wanted to acclimate the Jews, and more particularly the Hebrews living there, to the way that things were working in the Hellenistic world. And that included, of course, religious observations, because the interplay between religion and culture was so interlinked at that point. And that meant that, like, icons and things from other gods were being displayed in the Second Temple in Jerusalem, which was a very clear breach of Jewish law at that point. But because the high priest was actually like pro Hellenization, was the high priest Jason, he just kind of like said it was fine, and that of course provoked a rebellion by some very xenophobic guys, the Maccabees. But those xenophobic guys, the Maccabees, did accomplish some like really miraculous things in terms of combat. I did post like some things down below. There was like Great Kings and Generals video on Judah Maccabee, but like he fought a very, very successful guerrilla warfare against one of the most powerful states in the world at that point in time. Even if the Seleucid dynasty was like already starting to go on the out when the Maccabee revolt broke out, fighting the Seleucids for almost a decade and winning as many victories as he did was a big deal. And it included, of course, the conquest and the dedication of the Temple of Jerusalem, where they removed the icons of the other gods, and then they set up a menorah and burned the oil for 8 days, as opposed to the one that they thought they were going to get. And that's sort of the miracle, the air quotes miracle, that's supposed to be observed during Hanukkah. And I think that's kind of like exactly what we're going to see here with Levi, because Levi is going to need to be fighting against an entire world of Americanists. You can just kind of see within the Mid-Atlantic, there's certain areas within CK3 that are like dominated by different religious or cultural groups, and the religious group that dominates the core big cities of the United States, really, at least along the East Coast, is Americanism. And in order for the Jews here in CK3 after the end to survive in that Americanist world, in that Hellenistic world, they're probably going to have to push back, because there's really not a lot of opportunities for Levi to survive long term as just a couple of counts. Now, like, the way that this Haredi and Hasidic faith exists here within this world, it would be like, in the real world, it would be pretty improbable for them to be going on any sort of conquering spree, simply because like Judaism is not inherently a proselytizing faith. It's not that very well established to actually preserve their own history and know the parallels between Levi and the other a couple of militarily successful Jewish characters from history, because they're actually recorded in their religious documents, and because this is a preservation of those original religious documents here. We are probably going to see a lot of that stuff. Now, unfortunately for these guys, we are going to be existing in a world where we're so actually, this is another really interesting thing that we should talk about, which is Yiddish culture. So we did talk a little about the Hebrew culture after the collapse of the second temple, after the destruction of the second temple. We did see an emergence of like Aramaic language in the Near East, and Greek language in the Near East as just being like predominant, and so those were the main languages that started to displace Hebrew as a spoken language amongst the Hebrew people. But the Hebrew language did preserve as a written language that still existed, and that's sort of like the building blocks that modern Hebrew is built out of. Modern Hebrew was built sort of as I don't know how you would describe it. It was like a linguistic Lazarus project almost, because it had existed as a written language, basically unbroken, well, more or less unbroken for a couple of thousand years. But then I think it was like the late 19th century, scholars started working on ways to resurrect the Hebrew language, and then it really didn't kick off until until like 1949, like the implementation of the Hebrew, of modern Hebrew as the language of the state of Israel. But that was done in particular because, of course, of the Yiddish language itself and the interaction of the Yiddish language and the history of Judaism. So the Yiddish language is a language that's like mostly Germanic by root, with a lot of loanwords from Hebrew and then some loanwords and stuff from Aramaic. That was the language spoken by Jews living in Eastern Europe. But of course, the history of the Jews living in Eastern Europe was one that was like incredibly up and down. Like sometimes the Jews of Eastern Europe enjoyed lots of opportunity under like Casimir the Great in Poland. He was one of those characters who was like kind of into Jewish Enlightenment before it was cool. Jewish Enlightenment was, I think that's the Haskalah. There's Haskalah and Halakha, and I think it's Halakha is the is Jewish Enlightenment, and then Haskalah is Jewish law. But those are just like two different aspects of what it meant to be Jewish in 19th century and 18th century Eastern Europe, because at that point in Eastern Europe they had endured like centuries of being condemned to the ghettos. Ghettos were legal segregations that not only restricted where Jews could live, but also like what sort of opportunities they could have in terms of their jobs, what they could do in terms of public service. I'm not Jewish, but a lot of my friends are. Actually, like one of my I think my best friend is a descendant of one of the great Jewish lines. His family name Katz. So if you know like the stuff about Judaism and who's a high priest, there's the Katz family and there's the Kohens, and he's in the Katz group, and he's had to do some of those like the special prayers that only people of that group have had to do. I think he was like a baby or something like that. If he'll watch it later and tell me the actual story. But I know a lot about Judaism because I've been interacting with him a lot. As a nerd in high school, your friends are mostly either Jewish or they're East Asian, where I was growing up, or South Asian. Those are the three groups who hang out with nerds. But yeah, like Yiddish culture, it's the culture of Eastern Europe, and it is present here within CK3 after the end. But of course, it's not like the only culture that is preserving Judaism. There's a lot of Jewish groups here within the world. Not as many now because it's 2682, and so some of them certainly have been absorbed. But you can do a nice little character search and just find different groups of Jews living here within CK3 after the end. But these guys are displaced from mostly two different waves, three different waves once you start looking back far enough. In the aftermath of the assassination of Alexander II, I think it was in the aftermath of the assassination of Alexander II or the Third, in Russia, there were like a couple of really, really big pogroms. In fact, backing it up, there have been a lot of really big pogroms in Eastern Europe going back centuries, which is just like attempts to really attack Jewish communities living within Eastern Europe and the rest of the world. Like you probably are familiar with the expulsion of Jews from Spain in 1492, but like that was the tip of the iceberg, or rather that was simply like one of the many tips along the ghettos did absolutely classify as a form of apartheid, and it was but there was a legal framework. It wasn't just a cultural framework, it was a legal framework by the governments that ruled in Eastern Europe and other parts of the world, where they were deliberately prescribing where and how Jews could live. And if you're familiar with the story of the golem is one of these magical artifacts in Jewish history, where they built a clay statue to defend themselves during a pogrom in, I think it was Prague in the 17th century. Yeah, if you're Portuguese, you're familiar with prosecution of Jews. But the golem was like built in 17th century Prague to defend the Jews against a pogrom going on there, and they wrote Aleph on its forehead and it came into life and defended them. But like the Jews have been prosecuted and persecuted, both, because it's not just a cultural persecution. Like the state itself has participated in state-sanctioned terrorism towards Judaism throughout most of human history, because they usually were not in charge. They were usually minorities who were displaced because of the number of empires moving through their cultural distinct homeland. Like where they were was just a really crucial part of human logistics, and so empires moved through there all the time. That displaces humans all of the time, and then the tools of statecraft available in early human history largely revolved around how do you control populations that are foreign, and because the Hebrews were so closely intertwined with their monotheistic religion, and because that meant that they weren't like willing to adapt to the forms of empire that evolved 2,000 years ago, they were always like an outclass, basically always an outclass. And of course, the way that they ended up here were pogroms in Eastern Europe displacing Jews over and over and over again, leading through the 19th century, through pogroms after the assassination of one of the czars, and then pogroms in Soviet Russia, and then of course the Holocaust. So like the Jews of Eastern Europe have been displaced over and over and over again. A lot of them ended up back in Israel, where Yiddish actually was replaced, as instead of using Yiddish as the main language in Israel, they used Hebrew, simply because there were a lot of other Jews in other parts of the world who spoke different languages as well. Like Ladino, for instance, was the language of the Sephardim, the Sephardic Jews, those who lived in Spain and Iberia. The people in Portugal as well. Yeah, marginalized. It is really it's very difficult to get a good handle on the history of the Jewish people, because they're very human. They've done a lot of bad things too, even in their own mythology. Like the story of the early foundation of Israel in the Old Testament is a story mostly of war crimes. But like that's the story of humans also, unfortunately. I don't know how to reconcile those sorts of things. Like I don't know how to help people feel good about that. Hopefully we can stop doing that. That would be pretty good. But here within CK3 after the end, in order for Levi the Liberator to preserve this language, or this culture or this religion, we'll see which direction we end up going in. I think we are going to need to go ahead and do our best to create an empire, the Empire of Atlantica. And that's easier said than done, because as we highlighted, there's just not a lot of Jews here within this world. But that's not always going to be a problem for Levi, depending on how liberal he's willing to become. So of course, we're going to be playing as like one of the most conservative branches of Judaism. We're going to have to bend the rules when it comes to what is roleplay. But because we have a lot of character traits with Levi, we can highlight Levi himself within this Haredi community, because the Haredi community would probably be pretty insular, even though they do highlight here that they had to absorb other Jews into their ranks in the chaos after the event. I don't think that a Haredi community would probably be on the attack like this, but if we're gonna go the distance, we're gonna have to do it. So here we got a great role with Levi. Levi, sometimes you get a pretty solid amount of stewardship, sometimes you don't. As long as you get up to like 5 domain natural, that's pretty powerful. And unfortunately for us, we're gonna have to take some steps in order to preserve our people. You'll note we rolled like 890 troops in comparison to the Americanists that are right next door. So the community here, located in Lakewood and Ashbury Park, we have some really interesting holy sites very close nearby in Brooklyn. If we can get there, this is of course like where Williamsburg is, and Williamsburg is like the really big Hasidic community that I know about that's there, but there's another one that's like a little bit further south of there that's not as quite as conservative. But these are the guys who you see with those like sable hair hats and like the Payos and whatnot. That's that group. Although it does seem like they have moved past Payos if they're not, if Levi himself is not wearing them here. It would be interesting if Haredi characters got, if they got events where elders condemned spreading out. I think that would actually be really cool. We're going to do our best to not convert a lot of locations on our own, but because of the nature of how we're going to have to build this empire and the way AI behaves in game, there's going to be a lot of people converting here anyway. But this is weird because like proselytizing is not a core aspect of Judaism here. But what we're going to do is we are going to set ourselves up and without using the normal court trick, and we're gonna have to do it without the normal court trick, because if you use the normal court trick, guess what happens when you're a weak character of an extremely minor faith? Absolutely nobody is interested in coming to your court. So if you want to start the ball rolling as Count Levi, or as like anybody who meets the requirements of being weak as well as being like a minority, you can still search for people of your minority, because occasionally you'll see someone who is willing to come to your court. Like sometimes David, I just like recognize some of these characters because I've played this opening a couple of times. David is sometimes willing to join us at the beginning of the game, and Mordecai you can usually get in by like doing a matrilineal marriage if you like divorce your wife, which we might have to do, but we're gonna go ahead and bring a couple of good courtiers into our court, and one of them is going to be another really interesting character who's consistently rolling here is Rabbi Adam of Salavan. So the rabbinic heritage of Judaism is like another thing that I think is going to feed into Judaism surviving a post-apocalyptic scenario, because like literacy is a core aspect of the game there. All right, so yeah, we are gonna have to get divorced here, I think, and see if Adam will marry our ex-wife. That would be pretty good for us. That would be very strange for our community, but pretty good for us. And I think necessary in order for us to not get completely swamped here, because the 24 learning is really good. But this is going to be an opportunity for Count Levi to bring Haredi Judaism into the broader community here, because we're going to have to start getting married for alliance power. That's just like the way it goes. All right. So how far afield is Levi willing to go in order to get married? So we could marry into the Reform Judaism. Reform Judaism is like, if you're familiar with Judaism, you're probably familiar with either Reform Judaism or like modern conservatives. The Reform Judaism are the Jews who are like more into cultural Judaism. These are the people who do not necessarily keep kosher. If you have friends who eat bacon, they are Reform Judaism. And in this case, like if you talk to modern Haredim, they would probably tell you that it's worse to go into a Reform temple than to go into a Christian church. I've heard that line a couple of times. But you know, this is a different world, and one where I think we can afford to be a little friendlier to other Jews in this universe. What's the difference in terms of military strength here for Count Findlay? You've got 700 troop strength, and you've got 590. You know what? We can probably end up getting married to both. So let's go ahead and have Levi marry Marie Claude here. No? Oh, it's because we opened up their character page. Once you do that, it'll reset like the expectations for who they're allowed to marry into. Okay, well, I guess we have to marry Rebecca Cohen here, and marry into Count Blainville. Although unfortunately, it does mean getting the wheezing penalty here. But 500 troop strength is 500 troop strength, and given that we're going to be missing out on a couple of alliances because I looked at the diplomacy, means that our early game is going to be a little spookier. But we can still fix up our military. So here we do have a couple of unmarried women in our court, and one thing that you can do is to supplement that by just inviting champions if you're on a military like male culture. So in game, you have like your martial is defined by your culture, and here Yiddish is men only. But you can use marriages to bring people into your court pretty easily, if there's people of the right culture or religion type. But here, because we are so small, we're gonna have to invite champions just to get that ball rolling. I think we're also gonna start with martial. I like picking up at least down to household guard, given that we're going to probably need to use a lot of champions early on in order for our army to actually get rolling. And I guess given that we're going to be down an ally, we'll take chivalry instead of authority. And we'll wait for everybody to show up, and then we'll staff our group, and then we'll see how Levi is able to liberate here. We're going to probably need to liberate a lot of the big cities first, because that is of course like the big population centers, and this is going to be like a really interesting thing because it is going to be the same way that the Maccabee groups like started in rural areas and then eventually took Jerusalem. We're going to probably do the same thing. Oh, and you know what, we are going to also create an armored footman unit, and we're going to go ahead and station our troops. So here I think I want an armored footman. Just getting some kind of real bulk on our battlefield line will be really crucial when we get into a fight with South Jersey. Even though we do want some ways to deal with this bowman light horseman problem down here in Delmarva, I'm hoping that we can just get powerful enough that we can take Mercer all on our own and then go from there. So now we've seen a couple of knights have indeed shown up. So if we do a matrilineal marriage from our courtier to Scott, we have to get them to convert, and then Scott will be down for that. Yeah, I guess we're gonna go ahead and just demand everybody in our court convert. This might not necessarily be like Levi actually asking them to convert. It might be him saying, hey, in order for you guys to keep living here in this court, you have to at least pretend to be Jewish. And I guess that's going to be the thing going out. Yeah, a Yiddish merc group with heavy infantry called golems, I think would be really cool. Or for that matter, like there is a merc company. Let's see, rulers. Let's do Judaism and all. Wait a second. Oh, unmarried. Duh. So you can see here based off of the military strength that actually the strongest thing in the game in Judaism at game start is actually a mercenary company. So yeah, they could do something to add something interesting to that merc group. So yeah, that would be really cool. But yeah, let's just wait for everyone to show up, and then we can go ahead and rock and roll. So we're going to use Adam for a lot of stuff because of his 24 learning. So we have to start here by making him our court physician. We'll make him our court tutor, and then we'll bring him in as our court chaplain. If you assign him as the court chaplain first, unfortunately, because of the way CK3 works, it won't let you assign him with the other roles. I don't know why they do it like that. That seems very silly, but it is the way they do it. And here we're gonna bring in Mordecai as our marshal. Oh, and a 19. Yeah, sure, David. You get to be a cool guy. Actually, is this our best? He's our best. All right, so this little Mayor Allen of Middletown, he is our best steward. So we're gonna go ahead and swap him in here. If we need to start replacing some of these people by like stripping away their land and giving it to more competent people, I'm okay doing that too. But that is something where we're gonna need to make adjustments to our Crown Authority. In order for you to do any sort of title revocation in CK3, you do have to be on at least limited Crown Authority. And we'll also make sure we're set on the right settings here. We're going to go ahead and take fill coffers just for a little bit extra money. And man, we do need to replace this this steward, so we'll keep an eye out for that. Oh, yeah, I hope that Unlanded makes mercenaries playable. I haven't picked up the was it the Legends one yet. Like there are a couple of DLCs that I just haven't bought because I like really don't play any vanilla at all. I just play CK3 after the end these days. But I might look into the into the Unlanded one because that is, I think, really cool. All right, good. So we're gonna build up our military strength very, very quickly and then blitz into Mercer. So you can declare wars, holy wars here as a Haredi faith Jew, and because we are playing with righteous, we'll even take the land away from the people we're declaring war on. Legends isn't worth it. Okay, I mean, like, that's okay. I don't really feel like I need absolutely everything in terms of CK3 DLC. I picked up tours and tournaments because I thought it was actually like fun after I saw some things there, and I'm glad that I did. But like there are a couple of them that I'm missing. I have the one of the like that lets you play up here, the Viking DLC, and like one or two others. Oh no, we got inefficient census. All right, well that's the way it goes sometimes. But we are I think we're gonna leave you on foreign affairs. And I suppose we'll do train commanders initially. But once we take Mercer, we're just going to start pushing out county control. We'll probably want to pick up we'll definitely want to pick up a better caravan master than you. 0 movement speed. I don't think so, kid. But we're going to want to get a good seneschal also once we start taking control of other lands. Oh, thank goodness. We have more opportunities for matrilineal marriage. What? How are you going to say no? How are you going to say no to this? Melvin, are you going to ask me to recruit you for 55 gold? I don't think so, buddy. I think what we're going to do instead is we're going to just try to sway him. Generally, when you have those knights come into your court, you can sometimes get them just by sways. Are you willing to get married? You are willing to get married. All right, good. But if we can just improve Melvin's opinion of us once via sway, given that our money is so small as Levi, I think it's worth our personal slot. We do want to learn a couple of the languages of the areas that we're moving into. I don't think we need you, unfortunately. If this was an 18 stewardship character, I think we would be interested, but 11 prowess is also not really enough. But we're going to need to begin this movement probably liberating Philadelphia like pretty soon after Mercer, simply so that we can actually have a big city to work off of in terms of tax. If we don't have that, we're in a lot of trouble. Oh yeah, we have the Legacy of Iberia one as well, because I played in Mexico once, and that was actually really fun. We might come back to Mexico at some point. The next one we do after Levi, I do want to do Troy Triumphant, but right now you can't actually revoke any titles playing as California, including, like, I played a run-through where we did actually win both of those revolts down there, but it wouldn't let me revoke anything. I don't have Legacy of Persia. I don't know what it does in After the End. I'll ask if there's any areas that are like really important for it, but right now I don't have it, not yet. But in order for us to get a better marriage for our son Henry here, who I guess we should probably be guarding because apparently he is a genius. All right, cool. In order for Henry to really get going and get a good marriage, I think we are going to need to become a duke. Oh, wait, what? Are we married to a... No, we're married to Blainville. Okay, well, this is a really ambitious alliance here for us to try to set up, but it's one that might pay off if she can survive. And, you know, that 1,200 troops is probably worth the prestige. So anytime you invite somebody in as an ally in war, it costs more prestige when they're higher rank. And so having this alliance mean now we're Mayor Leonard is a lot stronger rather than being just a count is not always good. But I would say it's mostly positive for us, because having now 1,200 troops that we can call up from Florida is going to be really crucial when it comes to liberating a city with I don't know, like 1,500 garrison. Yeah, that's a pretty big deal. All right, we will join the Holy War. I don't know if we're gonna actually be able to afford to send our troops down there though, because we don't have any gold. If you want our help, Mayor Leonard, you got to send up some gold, friend. Because the next thing that we're actually looking at doing is attacking right here. Because I think that with no allies and 800 troops, because they're already fighting against raiders, we can just call in our count friend, and I think we can take Mercer. Oh, they get stuff from Legacy of Persia. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was looking around at ranges a little bit, and like I couldn't figure out how they operated. But largely, I guess that's because I don't have the right DLC. Well, I'll think about it. If I end up getting like if I start making more money doing CK3 after the end streams, I might pick it up, because right now Eileen doesn't want me to spend more on the channel than I need to, considering that I don't usually make a lot. it's the way of streaming. All right, let's get a little more cash on hand so that way we're not too far behind. Yes, we got 75 prestige, baby. All right. Oh my god, why are you getting into all these wars? Stop declaring wars, ally. Like, we'll help you, but not really, because we gotta declare war on you. So right, let's fix up our knights first, because we did get another guy show up. Carmela, would you like to marry? Yes, you would like to marry. Wonderful. Thank you. Is there anybody else here who you, Melvin, would marry? I don't think so. No, there is no one else here who you would marry. Wait, will you join if we do a matrilineal betrothal? Will that recruit you to our court? I don't know if a matrilineal betrothal will add him to our court or not, but if it will, then it's definitely worth picking him up. Nope. All right. Well, we're going to have to do it without Melvin for now. I'm going to pin him so that way if we find an opportunity to recruit him later, we can. But we don't have the cash, and we're not going to wait. We're going to go ahead and take this territory for us. And I think once we rolled one of this ways, so we're going to drop that, and then we're going to go ahead and start learning the languages of the areas that we're going to be expanding into. Learning those languages I don't think is inherently against the actions of Count Levi. So let's talk a little bit about our character now that we're moving in on Mercer. We're just, brave, compassionate, generous, brilliant strategist, flexible leader, peasant leader, and genius. So the peasant leader thing is like one of the other reasons why people are largely not willing to come help Levi in the very beginning of the game. You're a very, very out sort of person, but that's okay. We've got enough friends here. I think given our ability personally as a commander, the inability of or lack of desire of other people to come forward to defend South Jersey, because this is not a holy war, and the fact that we'll call in 500 troops, I think we can win this. We'll have the numbers advantage, and we're definitely going to have the advantage in terms of quality. Is somebody getting sick? Yes, there is a Cajun culture, actually. So down in, actually there's a couple of Cajun cultures. So a Cajun culture, the Francais group, is like a larger Creolic group here in Louisiana. The Kingdom of Magnolia is like the Kingdom of Alabama. The Louisiana here is obviously Louisiana, and then the Republic of New Orleans is like an independent merchant offshoot. I'm really looking forward to merchant republics coming back to CK3. That would be really cool. Yeah, it's Jersey. They're definitely less willing to come because it's Jersey. But also just because we're using claims. Like, I think the first couple of wars that you fight, especially as somebody who is not a religious in group, if you think you're going to end up with like a thousand enemies on the extra side just because you're declaring war and you have 1,000 troops on your own, it's worth the gold. It's a lot cheaper than hiring a merc. Like, we could save up for 150 gold and do that, but it cost us 40 or 45 to fabricate a claim there. And I think that plus the tiny prestige cost of inviting our friend in is going to be more than enough. And we even have an onager for our purpose. Yes, some of them practice voodoo down here. Not all of them do. There's a group in the north, obviously, here that's Revelationist inside of Louisiana. But yeah, the majority of the Old Kingdom is voodoo. And I think that's one of those things. There might be I'm not giving you 50 gold. Absolutely not. Get out of here. What was the history here? No, they've been voodoo the entire time, but I've seen them get crusaded. Yeah, there's some the lore of this mod is really complex. It's all over the place. I would encourage you to start by watching some of my other CK3 After the End lore mods videos, because those give you I think a pretty good idea of what you're looking for. Like in each geographic region, but there's just so much for the entire world. Soul Tomato did a really good video on that. That like on the overworld lore of CK3. Yeah, Thukat says more short republics would be wild. Yeah, I agree. I also really like the trade system in CK2. There were just a lot of things about the CK2 implementation of mechanics that I'm hoping make the migration. Yep, there it is, beating South Jersey. Good. And now I think we can just hold this, but I want to get this war over with. So we're going to go ahead and start sieging that down, and then the enemy is probably going to give us an opportunity to keep the pressure on. We're going to start fabricating on Philadelphia, though, because it's going to take so long. Yeah, if we can keep getting fights, actually, we're going to keep taking them. Because if we can capture anybody and ransom them, I want to. We're gonna need the cash. Oh, and of course we can set advanced research for our court physician. And do we have a better caravan master yet? No, we don't. So we might literally need to click the decision. Yeah, it looks like it's time. Start the search. I'm not taking an average caravan master without a bonus on movement and safety. It's just not worth it. But 30 gold is great. Like any cash we can get from fighting is fantastic. Excellent. And Mayor Jeanette has paid that ransom. Look at that. We just got months. We got like years of income there for capturing her. And they're going right back at it. You guys just do not learn, but that's okay. The more times we defeat these guys in combat, the better, because it's gonna keep giving us fame. It won't give us prestige, but we'll get fame, and that's good enough. All right, we'll go ahead and do a diplomacy challenge here against Thaddeus. Like, we're probably not going to become good friends with any of the people living in Hudsonia in that area, but I don't hate learning their languages at the very least. And we're definitely gonna want to know how to speak Chesapeake, because we're gonna be ruling over a lot of Mid-Atlantic people very soon. Let's see how our champions are doing. I guess we could still set aside the money to recruit Melvin. I don't know. I kind of feel like we got our hooks in him early enough. Fine, if you're gonna siege this city down so quickly, then we'll just kill your army again. If that's the way you want to do this, South Jersey, then I'm more than happy to provide. Can we? Okay, no, we can't do it that way without suffering attrition, and we don't want to be burning units in attrition without reason. Why are you like this? This is coastal. I should be able to move here without it causing attrition. God. All right. You win, CK3 movement rules. Whatever you think. Yeah, you get to go back up there, and then we'll kill you on that siege yet again. We keep taking a lot of troop losses, so we are probably going to need to stop the war after this. But considering we're now at the point where we've capped out our wins on battle, and we're just taking war score, I don't hate where we are. Yep, there's 100. I don't know, maybe we take one more fight. Because if we can get one more ransom, then I feel pretty good about our cash economy. Come on, baby. Give me a count. Give me something good. God needs a glorious victory here. Adam does deserve a reward. We are generous. We are not gonna. Yes. We are gonna go ahead and just ransom him for 91. We still have the war score because we've defeated him, but getting that 91 gold there is fantastic for our early game scaling. So we have defeated the Americanists now twice as Levi. I'm not sure actually what the exact history is behind the Liberator title here for Levi. I assume that he was able to drive Americanists out of the territories in Lakewood and Ashbury Park, and that's where he gets that name from. But oh boy, that is exactly what we were looking for. Did this actually come to us? No, it did not come to us with 100 control. It comes to us with 0 control. You just didn't unpause after the Victory Walker. But now we have taken control of another city. So we are going to want to make sure that we get a Seneschal. Just that way we have a little bit of extra control growth. This is only an average Seneschal, unfortunately. But, you know, that's better than nothing. And getting the extra control growth really is great when it comes to scaling things up. Trenton is never going to be a huge city for us, but this is, and we are now moving towards claiming Philadelphia. Let's see what do they have in terms of their own military strength. They have basically nothing. So between us and I think actually just Plainville, no, maybe just Costa del Oro, because Costa del Oro would have more than enough troop strength to help us siege through Philadelphia itself if we need to. But our main goal here, if we attack Delaware Valley, is to try to take Philadelphia without actually sieging it down. Because if you siege down that city, it'll cause a control penalty. But if we don't have to siege it, we don't get the penalty. Here, I think we're going to go ahead and actually station our onagers rather than the bowmen, because I think we're militarily ahead of our local competition by enough margin that I'm not too worried about taking this fight before our allies show up if we need to. We have counters for all of their stuff, and they don't have counters for all of our stuff. So yeah, let's let our onagers staff back up. Oh, you know what? On the note of onagers, boy, Walker, you just really got ahead of yourself here. We need to work on mangonels. If we can go ahead and get anything with extra siege ability, it's going to be pretty helpful. And onagers are not nearly as good. We should try the pirates in Bermuda. I agree, Thukad. I think that'll be something that we do. I'm probably not going to do an After the End stream literally every single week, but I'm going to try to do one stream other than Age of Wonders 4 single player and like probably some Age of Wonders 4 multiplayer stuff. And I think After the End is probably going to be like the most consistent other game, just because I love the mod so much, and it's here, so like I'm gonna be playing it anyway. I might as well just stream it. And so like we're gonna be doing some of this, and it might be a lot depending. Who is declaring war on you? The mouse is declaring war on you? Oh God, why are you doing this to me? You're ruining my life, mouse. Oh my God. All right, well, we are going to have to go down there and defend them, because we need their troops in order to break through the walls at Philadelphia. We do not have enough troop strength off of just Blainville. And unfortunately, we haven't had a child yet with our wife, Countess Rebecca. Maybe we'll try to find a way to fix that. Oh my God. Don't take the fight, Costa. We're coming down to help you. Stop doing this. Like, we are on our way. Relax, friend. wait for reinforcements to arrive, and then we can fight them together. Levi, I suppose, is definitely, he's a generous guy, so, you know, it's not, are you really trying to get, stop going that way. Stop sieging them. Go defend. Let's prevent them from sieging down your things, and then we'll prevent them from taking your land, and then you'll be rich and powerful and happy, my father-in-law. Please, like, come bring your army this way. Alright, well, now the mouse has hired mercs. Alright, now the mouse has hired mercs. Mouse, you are gonna win this war, because my ally is dumb. You're gonna win this war because my ally is dumb. But I guess it can't be helped. That is their way. Yep, we're just gonna abandon them. Unfortunately, we are not throwing away our troops on that battle, considering that they took a fight before the reinforcements could arrive, and now the mouse has murked up. So unfortunately, our alliance there is not going to be as strong as we'd hoped. Blainville has recovered most of their troop strength, though, so I think we might be able to attack Delaware Valley with just them. Because if we do if we just siege down like this thing here, this extra castle, we will prevent them from gaining ticking war score, and then we can siege down this, and then we can defeat them on the battlefield, and then we might be able to do it. Oh my god, you unbelievable idiot. You unbelievable idiot. It's just because like you keep getting into all these wars down here. Usually that AI is like a lot less I'm gonna get into absolutely every sort of war kind of deal. Oh no, Allegheny is getting into this now. Oh Levi, why are you? All right, wait a second, can we just like leave? We can't leave. Oh no. All right, well, we're gonna have to take a war where we might get our troops stack wiped with Philippa just marching her troops around, because we're out here trying to pretend to defend our ally. Give me one more gold roll. Give me one more gold roll, or give me a household guards. If we have household guards, then I think we can also just like raise troops into this without any issue. Yeah, we'll go ahead and make a risk successful business. Excellent. All right, yeah, you lost to the mouse, unsurprising. Oh, and that means that the mouse is that we're no longer at war with Allegheny. All right, good. That means that now there's no like secret army that's gonna appear out of the bushes and destroy us. We need to take Philadelphia. Let's go ahead and declare, and we're going to invite in just Blainville again, because Costa del Oro is just getting completely walloped here. And I guess we'll ransom you for 10 gold. Sure, whatever. And we're going to be working up towards becoming a duke. That is going to be pretty crucial for us. And I think our military is going to be stronger than theirs, we can just go ahead and take the siege before our allies show up. We even have 2 onagers stacks to their 1, so we'll be sieging through their territory a lot faster than they'll siege through ours. Oh yeah, sure, Henry, you're humble. Humble is a good trait for us to be promoting here with Count Levi, right? Yeah. All right, Blainville, get those troops in here. Show them what we're all about. Oh, Adam, our court guy could become a poet and give us a really cool artifact. All right, I'm here for it. Anything we can do to get things rolling on that direction definitely can be helpful. It's not a lot of extra prestige, but any extra prestige when you're this small is going to be useful. Even if we're not tribal, the ability to call in allies, this is a big difference in terms of our troop strength that we're getting here. Oh, we captured another guy to ransom for 30. All right, good. The more of these guys we can pick up and ransom off, the better, because now we can even... Oh, not quite. Once that gets through, now we can even get another stack of heavy infantry. With 2 heavy infantry online, we are getting closer and closer to being able to attack New York. Though, in order to make that happen, I do think we need another kid. Because I think we're going to need yet another alliance. Because it looks like our alliance down south did not turn out so well. Oh, we captured another guy, but he doesn't have nearly enough money to ransom himself out. But it looks like Delaware Valley murked up like immediately as we defeated their army, which is pretty spooky. But I think we can still go this way and hopefully cut them off. Oh, it looks like they are going to cut us off. We're going to be forced to take a fight across the river. Uh-oh. But yeah, good. We got to engage the mercenaries without their actual troops around. They're just not managing their troops very well, and that is going to be the miracle for Levi here, is that we're able to get some really productive fights here. Even our allies are going to be able to win that fight. Oh no! Our counselor was killed! Our spy master is killed in battle. Well, alright, we're going to bring in a new champion, I suppose. And it does look like the twin victories there are going to be giving us enough piety and fame that we've actually picked up a spot here on the religion track. Good. We'll go in and help our allies just finish these guys off. And I guess just keep getting battle victories. I mean, we do need to siege this Chester down, but if we ignore those troops and they're able to come together, could be pretty bad. Yeah, there we go. All right, so now we've eliminated Delaware's army, other than that mercenary stack that we've reduced to half. So now the war in the Delaware Valley is like almost over. We just have to see who we can ransom, actually. I wanna ransom Delco, but right now he doesn't have any gold. So I don't know about that. All right, so we're at 7 months on that siege, and they're at 5. How are they at 5? Is it just because of the siege level here? Yeah, it's just a higher level fort. It's unfortunate because we do have onagers and they don't, but they are sieging a much weaker fort than we are. Ah, good. There we go. Got rid of their army. I'm willing to pay the attrition here. It's fine. Because now all we need to do to win this, I think, is just sit on this this castle. Levittown is ours. We've got maxed there. I don't think we need to capture one of their family members in order to win. But if we do, I think we can still just disband our troops and then repopulate. But it is definitely faster when you capture them on the battlefield. Offensive maneuverability, thank you. So let's see who. Oh, we do have a much better steward actually here. Good. Fantastic. This is Twin Rivers, one of the cities that we've been expanding into. We could again like reorganize some of this by revoking this this title here, but given that we don't have anybody else to slot in, I'm not too worried about it just yet. Oh, you cannot finish the siege faster than us. That would be heartbreaking. Don't do it. Don't do this to me, Philadelphia. Give me the city. All right, there we go. So we were able to win that siege. I'm gonna ransom you off, and I guess we'll ransom off Delco as well, because there's no reason to hold on to him, because I think he's gonna lose his land after this. Oh, all right. We've been declared war on by a holy in a holy war. This is a big problem. We need to ransom and maybe reinvest in a merc stack here, because now we're under attack by New York. All right, who else wants to come to help us? Nobody wants to come to help us because we don't have any other allies, Walker, because you haven't had any other kids. We're 7 years in, and we're just now Rebecca is pregnant with our next child. All right, so what do we have to staff up here? We can't grab those mercs. We don't have enough gold for them. I guess we'll wait and hope that we can counterattack. Yeah, China it is. All right, can you find us another ally? Not a useful one. You can get allied to a city with 81 troops. Uh-oh. We need to become a duke in order to make that happen. Oh man. Let's see. So we're gonna call you. Oh, we already called you in. We can't station the bowman anywhere. I guess we just wait for our allies to arrive. You're coming, right? Florida. We tried. We did try to help you. Oh no. Oh no. Is Florida is gonna go down burning. We might have to restart this, cuz I normally your alliances are a little more productive than we've got here. This looks like a Hail Mary attack. I don't know if we can actually win, but you know what? Maybe that's the real miracle here for Levi. You need to get it together, son. I think we're just, oh no, we have to accept. We can't we're already at the point where like we've joined every single war that they've lost down there. All right, Blaineville, it's you and me, guy. We've got the advantage on knights and a massive disadvantage on everything else. Melvin, you can save us. All right, so we're gonna get Melvin in on this, and we'll get I don't know, Marauder maybe. No, what can we do to make this a better battle for us? None of those. So maybe Marauder, Revi, Valiant. So Reeve, no. Okay, I'll take Valiant for sure. And I guess we'll take Stalwart here. Yeah, we'll take Stalwart and Valiant. And then I guess we'll move our rally point to here. And we will raise our army with our extra knights. And now we have a gazillion knights, and we have an ally. Are we gonna be able to beat these guys? Please show me the victory. Yahweh, show us the way. Oh my God, are we gonna do this? All right, let's see. We are wounded. Who's trying to kill Lincoln? Stop trying to kill people. Stop it. Stop reinforcing with mercenaries. You're giving me a panic attack. All right, get out of here. Get out of here, New York. Take all your dumb, stupid stuff and leave. Holy crap. Well, let that be a lesson that the power man, I wish I hadn't clicked through that. I'm sure that was like almost entirely production by our champions here. We have so many of them. Oh, cool. Yeah, all right, so we'll raise Henry to be a good kid. He's going to be generous, just like his old man. He's going to be so good to the world. All right, bro. Are you here for round 2? Is that what you're looking for? You're looking for another fight? All right, Blaineville, let's do it. Let's give it to these guys. Wounded yet again, and lost the trait yet again. Thank you, Adam, keeping us alive. Oh, we just beat Thomas Wayne, and we captured another mayor. All right, fantastic. This is actually, like, I think now a best of both worlds kind of scenario, because now we're going to be able to defeat New York and force them to give us a giant amount of gold at the beginning of the game, because they saw a victory in the flames that they could then not realize. Yeah, 44 kills on our champions. What did they only had 48 on theirs? Yeah. All right, guy. The power of God has destroyed you. The power of God and prowess, but mostly prowess. Oh boy. All right, well, good, fantastic. Turns out that that was a perfect opportunity to defeat New York, and everything was great, and we baited them. Yeah, we baited them, everybody. We were intentionally letting our troops burn down in order to provoke New York to attack us. That is not true, but you can do that. You can do that. It's just a very dangerous strategy that can be pretty bad if you don't have a way out. Yeah, this is the nerfed version of Levi for sure. He's like still a very, very, very powerful military commander. And given that we were victorious there and now have like a bazillion amount of gold, I think it's time for us to declare ourselves a duke. We want to go ahead and start moving up in the world. That's going to open up some doors for China in terms of her alliances. Yep, see, right away we can already marry into some counts here. And I think we actually might want to do that. Yeah, you know what? We'll go ahead and do that. We'll marry into the County of Waterloo. The heir? Maybe the heir? Yeah, all right. We'll marry her off to the heir for the County of Waterloo. It's only 500 extra troops, but like honestly, you see how small these armies are, and like how much troop strength is determined by things other than just troops. 500 troops is fine if we're also getting four really strong kind of champions down there. But we're gonna go ahead and start working on our county control again in Philadelphia, because now it's not under siege. And I think it's time. I think it's time for Judaism to start spreading back into New York. In order for us to take down the District of New York, we're going to want to make sure that our army is a lot stronger. So they right now have a bunch of pikemen, armored footmen, and bowmen. So we're going to need to expand our own armored footmen to beat their pikemen, our footmen to beat their heavy. And then in order for us to beat those bowmen, given that they have 400 pikes, I'm not like thrilled at building a bunch of cavalry to try to fight them. So I think what we might want to do here is actually just expand our heavies and our bow again. So that way we just have like a gigantic number of men-at-arms to throw back at them. Because they are gonna have a strong army no matter what whenever we come for New York. But if we can take Manhattan the same fashion that we took Philadelphia here, where we didn't have to siege it down, so we start with a little bit of control locally. Oh baby, and we even got additional taxes. All right, well we got some choices here. A sudden shock. You know what? We'll try to calm her down, but if we get wounded again, we get wounded again. Yep, there it is, Adam. Fix us up. Oh yeah, Maya. Like we're just started. We're 8 years in. You know, we started with a nice little discussion about the history of Judaism and the Hebrew people. But you can see that we're really only started when it comes to our development on the map. Like you missed the big war with New York. In our attempt to liberate Philadelphia, our troops got so beaten up that New York thought they could take us down, and they almost did. They almost wiped us out. But fortunately, with our champions, we were able to beat them back and take a giant amount of money and funnel that into a pretty big men-at-arms, hopefully. And now we're working on trying to claim New York for ourselves. And once we've taken that, I think we can start using the Holy War CB, because at that point, I think the legitimacy of Levi's position here within the world, especially in regards to, you know, his rabbinic people in his group, they probably would not be as objectionable if we're already at the point where we've conquered Philadelphia. Hopefully they're willing to say that that's okay. We'll see. Oh, Levi is apparently getting fat in his old day. Well, you know, that happens too. Yeah, you know what? We will go over there and chop something with an axe. So if you're struggling to make prestige, Maya, and you're playing as like a smaller faction which has access to raiding, then you should definitely be doing raiding in order to like not just raid down and pillage things, but when their armies raise up to try to fight against you, you kill them. Oh God, Levi? How are you going to say that now we're fat and we're also strong? All right. Well, Levi, you are going to become loyal to us, or rather, Adam is going to become loyal to us, our court chaplain. So that's pretty cool. That now our this is sort of like the relationship between Eric Clapton and George Harrison, right? We're husbands-in-law, I suppose. But yeah, you should be able to get a lot of. Oh yeah, sometimes you too may have a touch ring from him. Yep. I mean, like I don't think it's inherently out of like or just a bunch of latkes. Like any sort of fried food, it's gonna start catching up to you with Duke Levi. Hopefully the strong that we picked up here can help us keep working towards losing weight. We're gonna work on that just a little bit. Just a little bit. But picking up strong there could be a really good long-term boost for us. Leonard, our old father, not father-in-law, you know what, actually, this betrothal has been an absolute goddamn mess the entire time. Like, that alliance has done nothing for us except distract us and almost get us killed. So, that alliance is done. I guess, you know what? You can be betrothed to an albino girl. That I think that's fine. Like we'll get a good alliance going there, and this will be a way to demonstrate that Levi is definitely taking the Haredi Jews into a liberal brand new world, because she's also not Jewish. She's Muslim. So we're going to take Serve the Crown. We do want to pick up some of these other like military traits before bouncing over probably to do learning or maybe a little bit of wealth. But we need to get down to at least a minimum strict organization, so that way we can just start getting like really, really huge amounts of county control down in some of our big cities. Because that's how we are going to scale it up. That is how we are going to scale it up. Getting closer and closer, New York. I hope you're excited. Ooh, poisoned pale ale. I don't know if we're going to be murdering anyone here, because we are just and compassionate. So we're going to recommend that she leave. Did you make it? You did. You made it. Great. Yeah, as a just and compassionate character, there's no way we're helping people assassinate. We're definitely not going to be doing any murdering today. We'll do that with a future character, but I don't think it makes any sense for our guy. For our big old unit. Well, I started with Barrow, or this is Baron down here. Kimber, is this the character you were playing with, Maya? So what the route that I took was just like raise a bunch of raiders and then go pillage Pulaski, and then after that pillage down to Caney Fork and Sequatchie, and then if you see a war over here between these guys, that's another opportunity to go pillage over there. But the biggest thing, if you see a war between two other states, don't just think about it like you're going to go pillage their land. If you see their armies deployed on the field and your army is stronger than theirs, go fight them, even if you're not like at war, because that's actually the best time to fight them. Because if you fight them when you're not at war, you get like actual prestige rather than fame for the kills that you get. Normally after battles you get a bunch of fame, which helps you level up your prestige and get higher progress towards distinguished or legend or whatever, but you don't get the raw prestige as the resource, which is what the tribal characters want. So tribes really, really, really want to take as many fights with people who they're not at war with as humanly possible. You get so much from those battles. So here, yeah, all right, we're going to take a claim on the city of Manhattan. So, New York, your time is almost nigh. Let's see, who do we have in terms of allies? We have Blainville, Auglaize, and Waterloo, and we definitely have enough prestige to summon everybody in on that fight. And right now, the truce is even one way, so that Chad. Oh, so if you're playing as these guys, as Baron, for instance, Maya, and you see these two guys are at war with each other, as long as you don't have a truce with them, then what you do is you just raise your army as a raiding stack, and you go over to one of their cities that isn't being defended or whatever, start a raid on that city. That'll turn them hostile towards you. We can see that here. This is a hostile tag, and for the a brief period of time, it's a couple of months after they've raided you, you can still fight them outside of a war situation. And it's because either you've raided them or they've raided you. And so you just raid some of Louisville's territory, or, some of Bluegrass's territory or whatever, and then you flip hostile, and then because they're at war with Louisville, maybe they've already taken one battle and they've lost half of their army, and they have 800 troops left over here, and you have 1,200, and they're like low on morale, and then you just go over there and you finish them off. By killing them, you'll get like 150 prestige, and then you'll be able to hire another unit like right away. But you can't do that. You can't do that when you're feudal. You can only do that when you're tribal or nomadic. So if you're that is an issue. If you're playing with Kentucky's Men-at-Arms, because of the way that they have like really, really good horses, they have the Derbymen. You're just gonna have to accept that they're gonna have some really good men-at-arms and just get more. That's what we're doing here. Like, New York is gonna have a good combination of men-at-arms for them to fight against us, kind of no matter what we do. The fact that they just got like a big core of pikemen here is gonna be pretty annoying, because we don't have like a great way to exploit the weaknesses in their formation. But if we just like dump a bunch of armored footmen onto the board, that's usually enough to win some wars. If you have 600 armored footmen and your opponent has 300, it's usually pretty hard for them to win. And we have our allies as well, so I think actually it's time. I think it is time. Let's go ahead and declare war on Speaker Chad for the county of Manhattan. And then we're going to go ahead and send out letters to all of our allies immediately. Hopefully the allies don't get their stacks annihilated as they wander over. Because we are going to need to siege these territories down as quickly as we can. And that is going to require that our friends bring their onagers to bear. And, of course, Manhattan does have all of their mercenaries still, because they did hire them for that 3 years. Fortunately, they haven't recovered all of the way, but I think it means we definitely cannot take this fight until our allies show up. We'll let them start working on Philadelphia. Oh, we're no longer obese. You did it, Levi. You did it, kid. They said it was impossible. They said that you'd never get that weight off, but you did it. All right, so there's Blainville, and there's Waterloo. All right, so Waterloo is coming this way. Let's go ahead and cross over to Philadelphia, so that way, in the event that the enemy sees them, they don't just like destroy our allies piecemeal, because that would be a tragedy. That would be a tragedy. Oh yes. Oh yes. New York, you know exactly how to treat me. You are going straight for Ashbury Park, you fool. Well, all right. The miraculous victories of Levi the Liberator here over the Americanists are going to be really important in the mythology of Judaism and after the end, right? Like, this really would be something that, if this sort of thing was happening in game, these people would think of this as a holy or religious thing, event occurring, because it basically is. Let's go ahead and take another onager stack here. Stop taking fights without us. You guys need to learn how to wait for your friends. Learn how to wait for your friends. If we're sieging things, be cool, man. Be cool. Fine. I guess we'll siege down the smaller fort first, because this is size 5 already. We're gonna need to take Manhattan without having to siege this down, because this is a 17 size fort, so there's like literally no way we're gonna get there. So we are gonna need to blitz through as many of their castles as we can before things get too far afield. But at least they're staying on their side of the river now. Let us siege this down. Yes, yes, good. Can we ransom anybody else? We could ransom you, Thomas the Bastard, but Bruce Wayne. We captured Bruce Wayne. You know what? Actually, Isa Warnick, I am gonna negotiate a release for you. I'm gonna demand a conversion and a recruit off of Isa, because that 21 learning though is pretty interesting. That is one of the other advantages to getting into all these little fights. Maybe we find some pretty fun little courtiers to bring into our group. Yeah. All right, New York, you hang out over there. Just think about what you did. You did this to yourself, man. You actually did do this to yourself. Like, if you had not declared war on us, then we would have had to wait like 10 more years to attack you. You have 3 months left and you have 10, so yeah, let's go wipe out their army again. Bring the allies forward. Destroy New York. Good. And I think that means that they are going to bounce back yet again. We are now at max on battles won, so we do actually have to siege this down in order to offset that, which means we also need to wipe out their army, like wipe it out, so that way they can't keep pulling us back. Give me a stack wipe, please. 680 is not a stack wipe. Well, you know what we can do, though, is this is a small enough fort that we can actually just break off an army. And I guess we'll actually, you know what, we'll create a secondary, just a siege stack to sit here. This should be enough in terms of troops to hold that siege. And then, yep, there it is. It's enough to hold that siege. And then we can go over there and drive off New York's army yet again with most of our elite troops. And because the siege weapons are there, like the overwhelming majority of what we need in order to capture that city is under our control. That this is spooky because of the minus ticking war score. And if we need to get more troops over there, we don't have like a lot of gold to hire an extra mercenary stack. But I think we can get this even with taking war score on their side if we siege down absolutely everything else. Usually it's better to capture the ruler if you can, because this is a city with insanely huge walls that would take like 5 years to siege down, and we're gonna have at least one of those that we're gonna be moving into. So I was hoping to avoid having to siege New York here. Yeah, all right. We can take the elites over, and the siege is still making good progress. Good. But it looks like we are going to need to siege down Brooklyn as well. Oh, no. Good. We got it. Excellent. So we're going to go ahead and take Manhattan. The Levi has liberated Manhattan, and we got to liberate it with 25 control because we didn't have to siege it down. And that is going to be outrageously good for us in terms of our value. Just getting a big city like that is kind of all you need. Nelson Cho. Yeah, you can ransom whoever you want to. That we are generous, we are compassionate, we're not going to be executing any of you guys, we're not going to be throwing any of you guys into dungeons. We're just going to take your giant cities and then funnel all of that money into making an enormous army and then conquering all your land. That's all. Oh, and Henry, our really good kid here, compassionate, generous, humble, turned into an intricate web weaver. This is absolutely fascinating. What does this look like? Is this like someone who is like a white hat, like a counter espionage plotter guy? That's kind of what it sounds like. Oh, so, and we're being invited to a grand wedding. So you know what? Why don't we set off on a grand wedding here? But I'm gonna take a quick bio break, and then we'll head out on that grand wedding and see what happens to Levi now that we've liberated Manhattan. We're only 33, and because we were obese at the very beginning, we did manage to pick up strong, so we could get a lot of distance out of Levi here. But yeah, I'll be right back. All right, so we have this invitation to go to Duchess Zenobia's grand wedding. We are going to go. We'll go ahead and, because we're traveling out here, we're going to go ahead and add mercenary guards. We have enough money to do that, to reduce the cost to us in terms of how many events we're going to get. But we're also going to use this as an opportunity to start learning about the world. We're going to take a cultural ambassador, and then we're going to customize our route on our way back. If we can go... Can we go here? Can we go here? Can we go here? Can we go everywhere? All right, cool. So what we're going to do is we're going to make it to the wedding, hopefully on time, and then on our way back, we're going to take sort of a circuitous return route. Can we go here too? Oh, sweet, we can. So we're going to go to upstate New York to Syracuse to a wedding, and then we're going to take a nice long route down the Hudson River and just kind of like see what is this kingdom all about. Because the other big thing here for us is that we do have this county of Blainville that we're married to in an alliance pact. If we can conquer the entire kingdom of Hudsonia and then start moving into Quebec and take control of Montreal, we can get close enough that we can get Blainville probably to just join us as a vassal, which I think that would be fun. But in order for us to do that, we are going to need to learn a little bit about that kingdom. You know what? I don't think we're spending 20 gold on this, and this is like a nonsense guy. I'm not interested. Ooh. Alright, let's see if it's poisonous. Uh-oh, it is indeed, but fortunately, that's not going to be the end of us here with Levi. We've got enough HP. Oh, sweet. And because we're strong, we get to do lift the heavy wagon off of the ground as part of our travel here. Yeah, alright, we'll avoid it. We've already gotten one little health penalty on this travel of ours. So what are we going to be doing here, actually? Murder, diplomacy, mischief. Can we do a diplomacy on somebody who's, like, pretty powerful and useful here? We don't want to become too close of friends of Hudsonia, considering we're thinking about actually conquering their kingdom. Although maybe we do become friends with King Baltus himself, and then we take the kingdom once he dies. You know, I don't hate that, actually, as a storytelling opportunity here. We'll try to become friends with King Baltus, and then we will preserve that relationship with Hudsonia as being mostly peaceful if we become good friends with him until his heir takes over, and then we'll have a relationship breakdown or something like that. Let's see. We could threaten King Baltus or have a diplomatic thing with him, or maybe we actually just have a bad problem where King Baltus doesn't like us. Oh, baby, we formed an alliance with him through a negotiation. All right, well, that's gonna change the course of interaction with Hudsonia temporarily, because now with an alliance with Hudsonia on the books, we can declare wars on the Americanists very quickly. Holy cow. Okay, well, you know what? We're going to take the extra prestige, given that now we have an alliance with a kingdom. Good lord. Duchess Henrietta of Trent, I guess? Sure, yeah, we'll become friends. Why not? Because now we have quite the alliance up there. Oh baby. Sure. Yeah. You know what? Let's take a stab at getting 500 diplomacy experience points. I like that. Pretty solid. And we can get King Baltus as our friend and get a diplomacy perk. Okay. All right. Yeah. This is a great wedding for us. We're gonna learn so much by moving into the Kingdom of Hudsonia. Very, very interesting. So maybe this is a Tokugawa situation where we're going to be good friends with the initial guy who's setting up the empire, and then betray him and conquer his heirs in the background once he's died. Wow. Yeah. I mean, we'll go ahead and take praise the happy couple as expected. Sure. Yeah, we'll do that. Well. Well. Yeah, this was a great opportunity for us to learn about statecraft in the modern world. I guess we could have Duke Oliver of Catskill become our friend, but now we'll look to the Poppers. We're generous. We're gonna take care of them. Oh baby. Oh, of course. And we're also gonna switch our focus over. We'll switch over to authority for the time being, and then once that's up, we'll switch into something other than authority. Oh no, we missed the pop up for the end of the wedding. Ah. I wish it wouldn't disappear like that, but it's okay. It's the way it is sometimes. But we are now on our way back, and with a giant slew of prestige under our control, if we need to, we can bring Hudsonia in to help us take control of Washington, D.C. itself. Yeah, alright, sure. This is nonsense. Yeah, you can come join our court. That's fine. Anybody can come join our court. Whatever. Oh, yeah, well, you know what? We are compassionate, so we have to show mercy to him. Who are you? Oh, you are... Oh, I need no reward. I definitely need no reward from you, friend, Naphtali the Thoughtless. You are almost dead. Oh boy. Count Anselm. No, I don't... Well, alright, sure. If people want to join, like, who are we to say no to anyone wishing to join our court? And I guess we're just going to work on a lot of the Overseer track here. Maybe we'll take one tick for siege weapon effectiveness, because, like, getting extra siege weapon strength is actually really important. I hope we've demonstrated that thus far. Did we get ill? No, we did not get ill. Alright, great. So now we will expand our onagers. We're going to replace these guys with mangonels sooner or later, but getting 5 stack of onagers is going to make any sort of war against these smaller Americanist states just a lot smoother. Sure, we'll argue, I guess, against witchcraft. Yeah, sure. Okay, there we did. We've managed to make our way back, and we've set ourselves up in a position where I think we can look for another alliance. Nah, it doesn't seem like we have anybody interested in a good alliance just yet, but we might be strong enough here to actually just declare war on South Jersey for the entirety of it, because we could bring in Hudsonia in the event that they bring in Old Dominion, and Hudsonia is a lot stronger than Old Dominion here. So yeah, let's clean this border up. Let's take all of the rest of New Jersey right now. I'm gonna wait for them to call in Old Dominion before we call in our friends, because we do not have the prestige to do that multiple times. Let's see how much it would cost actually. 350. Yeah. We're not calling in our friend Baltus for any war where we don't need him. But given that he's there, I like that as a good little backup plan. Okay, it looks like Dominion did come in, but it looks like they might engage us separately, and if they do, we're strong enough to defeat them piecemeal. Yeah, we can definitely defeat them piecemeal. Oh, Dominion. You tried to save Americanism, but New York threw Americanism away here on the East Coast for everybody. Whether or not they meant to is irrelevant. By giving us all that money, I think they caused a civilizational catastrophe for their little group out here. Yeah, see, we maul the Dominion troops, and then I think we're gonna maul the South Jersey troops, and then, oh my god, we even captured him in that battle. I mean, we'll ransom him, even if it means we drop back below 100 war score. That's worth 100 gold. Yep, it looks like it did cost us the easy early victory, but I don't care. Like, this is a giant amount of money and military strength that we're getting super early. And, you know, if we don't have to call in Baltus for everything, then that'll be good too, in the sense that it won't, like, make this a very warped experience. If you can get an alliance with him early, I guess it's good. But if you're trying to replicate it at home, we're not gonna use them too much. For that reason, I think we might pick up a small harbor here, actually. Yeah, I don't hate that. And now we are going to actually start converting some faith. We're not going to spread it to absolutely everywhere, but I think that having our big cities become Haredi is probably good for us from a stability standpoint. And I think it could be fun from a everything else standpoint. And we are also going to start working on driving up cultural acceptance with the Gothamites, because we're going to create a new like a Neo Yiddish culture here with Gotham. Boy, if we siege this down and we capture like one of these heirs and can ransom them again, then this will become an outrageously profitable war for us. And it looks like Chesapeake has actually gone through the effort of unifying here. Holy cow. Sometimes they don't. Actually, this is, I think, the first time I've seen Chesapeake form down here. It's unfortunate because it would be a lot faster for us expanding on the East Coast if we could declare for like each of these duchies and just blitz through really quickly. So hopefully we can actually cause the Kingdom of Chesapeake to collapse here. If we can take Wilmington and Delco and then all of Maryland, that might be enough. Oh no! Why are you trying to kill Carmela? What did she do? Is she evil? I mean, she is, but I'm not going to accuse Mordecai. He's our marshal, but we'll, behind closed doors, we will tell him, hey, man, don't kill people. That's not cool. That's not cool. You know what's cool? Killing these people. That's much cooler. We become malnourished. How did we become malnourished? Gain weight. Stop losing weight. Stop losing weight. We will stop losing weight. That's how we became malnourished. That's how we became malnourished, because you were losing weight after you stopped needing to. Alright, gain weight. Good lord. Levi, you're so lucky that you are strong. My counselor has died from his wounds. Oh no. Oh my god. Stop killing off all of our friends. Stop it. Are we gonna get that? Oh no. Oh, what? We captured some dude who then immediately escaped after the battle. So I don't know. That was like a very, very, very short capture there, but we'll ransom and then end this war, because we're going to be at 100 war score no matter what. And Jersey is ours. Thank goodness. So now that we've liberated all of New Jersey, we're obviously not going to be able to hold on to all of this on our own. So I think what we might do is we might just give it all to our second son here, Gabriel. He's not nearly the chip off the old block that Henry is. He's not a genius, but you know what? That's okay. And this is a good opportunity for Count Gabriel to start moving up in the world, become somebody worth marrying off, because now he's a count, so maybe he'll get a little more attention on the marriage alliance market. And you know what? We really didn't lose a lot in that war, so we can afford to go on the offense somewhere else. And that, I think, means that we want to go ahead and attack Colonel Ellis here. I think we're going to go ahead and declare for Long Island. If we can take all of Long Island back, or most of Long Island other than Brooklyn back, then we can turn Brooklyn into part of our territory as well. Bring that holy site back under our control. And because these guys are principalist, there aren't as many friends around who can jump in to help their co-religionists. So this might be another war that we can win without calling on Baltus. We'll wait one tick for those troops to replenish before raising anyone. Yeah, there they go. And even if they hire a mercenary stack here, Colonel Ellis does not have the troops, and they don't have the gold for it. So yeah, Americanism is about to lose out big time on the East Coast here. No longer malnourished. All right, stop gaining weight. And things are rolling here. So if we can get up to being a king in Gotham, the king just becoming a king and having access to the royal court, which is one of the DLCs that I do have, is really really powerful. Being able to jack up your court amenities and recruit people is great. But even just having access to the general tools of the throne, the royal court itself, very very good. Who are you at war with? They're also attacking Colonel Ellis, but they're attacking for Westchester. So they're trying to take control of White Plains. That's interesting that Speaker Chad, having now been deprived of Manhattan, has decided that the best way forward is through his co-religionists rather than lining up against us. Bad news for his friends, I guess. 4 and 10 months. Okay, so we will be fine either way. Oh, our foul rival Eugene. Yes. We will, I guess we're gonna try to take this martial action? No. That'll cause us too much stress. I mean, like, not that Levi is an especially stressed out dude right now, but I don't want us to be playing absolutely everybody as the same hard, like, anti-hero. Levi is a hero. He's gonna do his best to be a good kid here. This time. I've been checking out some of the other characters who are like pre-constructed in the game, and some of them are really interesting. Like there's the Chip out in Michigan. He is a sadistic coward and the last of the Promethean cult's character. So I think that could also be a really interesting playthrough. Sure, yeah. Henry, you can have many friends. Be at peace, kid. I guess we'll take the entire Overseer track if we get the opportunity to, because that is fantastic if you're going to have like 3 big cities under your control. If we're going to have Philadelphia, Washington, and New York, then getting up to maximum control, the super control option is actually really, really good. And yeah, I guess we'll ransom everybody again who wants to keep paying taxes to us. New Haven, are we gonna take your territory? Yeah, tribal is a very, very, very different game in that like the economy is much more focused on military, sort of like how in Age of Wonders 4 you got the economies that are focused around like map clearing, like the barbarians. It's pretty similar here. As tribe, you need to be fighting people a lot. That's just the best way to scale up your economy. All right, so now we've taken control of Long Island. So now we could give this to, some of our own people or people of like a high stewardship or whatever. But instead, what we're going to do is we're going to give this to Gothamite nobles locally, and that's going to help increase a little bit of the cultural syncretization between Yiddish and Gothamite culture. That's going to give us some people of this culture type, which is going to give us a vassalage bonus to our cultural acceptance. And in order to create a hybrid culture, we do need 40 cultural acceptance. So we need to get a lot of acceptance with the Gothamites, considering that we're going to be fighting some wars with them. It's easier said than done, but we're definitely moving in the right direction there. And I'm going to go ahead and take the kingdom of the title of South Jersey. So now we have both of the kingdom titles that we need in order to become, or both of the 2 duchy titles we need in order to become a king of Gotham. We just need 1 more county, which means we need to declare war on either Colonel Ellis again, or maybe Steward Chad, or maybe we attack Dutchland. So normally I wait for Dutchland to do us the favor of attacking Speaker Chad, because they can attack and try to unify this duchy. But here, if these guys don't have any useful allies, which they don't, we have the most useful ally. We have Baltus. So this might be an opportunity for us to just go straight at the Dutch and take Skyland off, so that way we can become a king and start positioning ourselves way better diplomatically. So yeah, let's do that. Let's declare war on King Eli the Drunkard for Skylands. And then we're gonna go ahead and call in King Baltus. And I guess Baltus himself is probably going to be enough. And we're going to... we have enough prestige. We'll call him Blainville as well. But I'm not going to bother with Waterloo. I think that should be more than enough for us to kick these guys' butts here. Hopefully our advantage on men-at-arms and champions is enough to put these guys away, because that is a giant number of pikemen on their side, but we have a giant number of heavy arms, of heavy infantry, and that's pretty similar. Oh boy. All right, King Jeff of Missouri is thinking about jumping in on this war. Fascinating. Is he an ally of yours now? He is an ally of yours now. All right, well, I'm glad we called in Baltus, because it looks like it's going to be 2 kingdoms on one side versus 2 kingdoms on another. I suppose that means we want to just take the fight to these guys first, clear them out before Missouri shows up. Yeah, that's our best bet. Can we win without our allies? I think we might be able to. And yeah, we will. And it looks like our allies might not even show up in time to help with the routing, but maybe. Yeah, okay, they did a little bit of extra damage there. But just being able to take that early fight against them is going to do a lot to help distance these troops' strength. You can see that with both allies on both sides, it was a pretty close fight, but I think this early advantage is going to be something we can use to snowball. Oh, and of course, the wealth of the big cities is now flowing into us. So we actually have some options when it comes to what we're going to do here. We can create a new head of faith title. We can also create a new grand synagogue for us if we can renovate Washington after liberating that. We have a lot of things we can spend money on in addition to being, like spending it on kingdom stuff. But let's take control of Skyland. Let's take control of the ticking war score target, and that way it doesn't matter what our allies do or if they decide to reinforce on sieges or not. If we have the target and they're wasting time sieging down a city that has 15 months left on it, I feel pretty good. All right, yeah, let's go help on this barony siege, and then hopefully we can pull everybody down here to Philadelphia. Yeah, even if we just have Baltus's troops, we outnumber them. Baltus, are you gonna come with us? Looks like you will. All right, good deal. Everyone's showing up, Blainville included. They're gonna be a little late to the party, but that's okay. This should be the last battle of the war, I think. Yep, there it is. And I don't think there's anyone we can ransom for cash, but I don't care if we're ransoming people for like half of what they're worth. If we're taking their land and we're taking their gold, then we're taking their land and we're taking their gold. And there it is. We've now taken enough land within Gotham that we can become a king. So King Levi, now emergent, we have access to a royal court. So let's go ahead and start setting that up. We should wait actually for the pop-up to give us our banners. Yeah, there we go. Let them see their new king. Let's go ahead and set up our banners. Once you start getting like a lot of court artifacts, you can start getting absurd amounts of court grandeur from those. But here at the beginning of the game, we have very, very few artifacts with us. And we have so much money because we have control of New York and Philadelphia that we're just going to go ahead and just dump a lot of court amenities here. I think we're going to do 3, 3, 5, 4. I like getting up to 5 for lodgings ASAP, just so that way you have an easier time inviting people to your court. Whether or not you want to do higher levels of fashion, I think kind of depends. Right now we're not getting like an absurd amount of prestige from just like natural growth, but if you're playing as tribal, getting more prestige does scale up your military faster, so using higher levels of fashion makes more sense. If you go above 3 on food, you start having obesity problems, and we've already had that with Levi here, so we're not gonna go down that direction. But I like setting up our royal court because now we're gonna hold our court. We'll see what happens the first time that Levi as King of Gotham holds a court for us. Yiddish and Gothamite can gain 20% cultural acceptance if we are willing to pay 260 gold. That will put us bankrupt, which means we won't be able to declare war for a short period of time, but I think that's actually 100% worth it for us, because that means that really all we need probably in order to create a unified culture with Gothamites is maybe like a couple of years of prestige, of just background ticking. So we're probably incredibly close to that. We're getting an opportunity to do a martial or a diplomacy challenge here, or a stewardship challenge. I guess we're going to do a diplomacy challenge. I think that is representative of how Levi would try to deal with this tax revolt. He negotiates with the people in charge rather than crushing them. And Hans Schaefer, you know what? If you're going to come here and you're going to teach us some stuff and we'll learn bilingual readings, Pocono culture, yeah, sure, stay and teach us more. I think we'll learn a lot about the culture of the Poconos in Hudsonia before we are maybe forced to attack them. I don't know. It depends on how we get along with Prince Eugene. Oh, Baltus, he's throwing a big gift, a big party for us. Well, we're gonna go ahead and take the medium-sized one. All right, cool. We got a potsherd. Sure, yeah, we got a piece of the holy site of Washington. That's fine. Get a little bit of extra artifact stuff going. If we need to demolish some of these artifacts for gold, because they start getting really low on things remaining and we can't afford an antiquarian, then we'll get there. I mean, okay, cool. If you're like a really big fan of Yiddish and the culture and the religion and gefilte fish and stuff, that's fine. Like, it's a little forward for you to be here telling us all of those things, but I'm here for it. And now I think because we are a king and we're not going to be able to declare war in the immediate future because of our current bankruptcy problems, we're going to move our capital to Manhattan. This is going to be the new genesis for us. By getting this to become Yiddish and Hebrew, we're going to have a really good things going. I don't know. We'll see, Daedalus. I think I might want to do like a stream with Endless Space 2, because they just got like a really big final patch, and I'm a huge fan of Endless Space 2. I think that's probably up there with Age of Wonders 4 in terms of best art direction and music I think I've ever seen in a 4X game. And doing like a one-off sort of like how-to could be fun. And then I think I probably also want to do something with Victoria 3, whether or not it's like a full campaign or like how to start with Japan. I'm not sure. But I want to do something with Victoria 3. It's just like right now they keep releasing patches that are like 2 steps forward, 2 steps back. Like they introduce a lot of good, new, cool mechanics, but also they introduce performance problems. And as we have discussed on this stream before, my computer's kind of old. I did literally build this thing right before Stellaris came out, and so it's. I don't want to play Victoria 3 on stream if it's gonna like chug the entire time, because that'll make me frustrated and it'll make the people viewing at home frustrated. And I have had issues with performance on 1.6, as I'm sure some of the rest of you probably have. I've heard it's better towards the late game. Which is promising, but like if we were to do Victoria 3, it would probably be like a how to do early game industrialization and economy and imperialization and all that jazz, because I think there's a lot of things you can do with stuff like Japan and Morocco and blah 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 about attacking great powers early, because I think people are still largely not doing that. Whether or not people think that is cheese, I think is kind of up to you, but I am furious because Paul Mahonic is Mahonicking in on good Gotham territory. Wow, man. I mean, did you hear that we just tore a new one into the Kingdom of Dutchland and took off their skylands? Did you hear that? Did you hear what Baltus and I just did? Because you are not acting like it here, Paul. And as loath as I am to want to start a fight with a character who I love so much, you got to understand that my loyalty is to whatever we're playing. And now you're in the way. And because we don't have a a truce with him because he's not the Count of Connecticut. He's the guy who conquered them. We can go ahead and declare war right away, and I am going to call in Baltus. Yeah, we'll call in Blainville too. Sure, we got the prestige to burn, and we will relocate here and raise all our armies. Like, we're honestly probably strong enough to fight Paul on our own, but he's a very, very, very capable commander, so we would not have the same sort of, like, massive advantage bonus that we sometimes have in combat. So getting the extra troops here, I think, is crucial, especially because it looks like he is strong enough that he's going to murk up. And he's got tons of Minutemen, which is also just, like, a big problem for us. Fortunately, we did at least expand our bowmen to 2, but we don't have, like, 10 billion bowmen the way some folks do. No, don't, guys, come down here, Blainville. Where is your ally? We're standing right here, man. Why would you go that way? Like, explain yourself. All right, so we are gonna take a fight with Malachi here. Is this a? Oh, it's just a really interesting name for this guy. It's a Jewish name, but whatever. I guess there are some of those in the north over there, and fortunately we did manage to win that battle, although it was way more costly, obviously, simply because we were attacking onto those hills. But if we were able to catch them on the farm, it would have been better. That's okay. That's all right. We're gonna win this war anyway. A little loss off of Blainville or no. If they get declared on, we will gladly come to their help, to their aid. They were invaluable early on. All right, so New York is now Haredi. So we're gonna go ahead and probably convert Philadelphia and Brooklyn as well. But I think almost all of the rest of the conversion that's going to happen within this time frame is just going to be our vassals acting on their own. Because once we've taken Washington, then that area is going to give us a spread, like a cultural conversion speed bonus. I guess, yeah, just keep working it down. If we get into Soldiers of Lesser Fortune, I wouldn't hate that either. Have you seriously murked again? How do you have so many troops? You don't have any allies. Well, alright. Alright, bro. Baltus, get your guys out of there. Baltus, get your guys out of there. Baltus. Baltus. Alright, whatever, man. We'll help you siege this down. We have improved offense and defense. We'll siege this down and get the war score that way. Good idea, Baltus. Great idea. I don't like that this is gonna make Paul angry and we'll have a hostile front over here, but we're not giving up good Gotham territory to a different kind of Americanist. We're at the point where this land is definitely coming in. Yeah, we'll go ahead and just do the same thing. Just grant land to Gothamites. Oh, baby. You know what? We were looking for a really good vassal for us here, for a steward, and I think we found one. So, Count Dante, you are just going to get control of all of Old Connecticut for us. Just govern this in perpetuity for us, and we'll form a hybrid culture very, very soon, and hopefully you will come along with us into that brand new universe. Holy cow. Yeah, when AI was like set up to never spread that was pretty annoying. Speaker Chad has taken control of Cape Cod. Okay, all right, guy. I guess we'll take Kings. This is a holy site for us in Brooklyn, and if we take control of it, we'll get 2 extra learning and 5% extra piety. So I don't see any reason to pass up on that, especially considering that I don't see any way for Chad to resist whether or not they call in an ally. Oh, and our son is fighting a peasant uprising, so we will join that peasant uprising as well. Once we've taken this siege, we'll just send our troops down here. Hopefully Cumberland doesn't hopefully the rebels don't execute our son in the meantime if they manage to finish that siege off. 57 days, yeah, and 3 months. Someone's trying to kill Melvin. Not Melvin. Melvin was our great champion who saved us in the initial New York War, probably. I mean, definitely was part of saving us in the first New York War. Blainville and Cumberland are down there. Are you allied with Blainville? You are allied with Blainville. Good. All right. Yeah, go drive off the Army of New York. And then bounce down there and deal with the peasants. The peasants will reinforce when they capture that city, which is kind of annoying, but given that peasants are like almost entirely just levies, it doesn't matter. Like if they have 1,800 troops, they might even still lose this fight against Blainville, just because like any advantage in terms of champions and men-at-arms can make a huge difference. And indeed, it looks like our allies were going to win that war on their own, but now that we've shown up, they definitely crushed it, and that should stabilize our son quite a lot, actually, down here in Cumberland, because now all these territories are going to have no problems with their popular opinion being absolutely terrible. Still not good, but not as bad as it was. Oh, the flag probably is a Big Apple because it's New York. That's almost certainly true, Turis. Like, this is Gotham, so this is the New York capital. Oh, Gabriel is going to become zealous, sure. So that makes sense that he's going to be converting this territory here. We'll let him get to that point, but yeah, almost certainly that's because of the New York thing. I guess, yeah, you know what? This siege is not going to go fast enough without mangonels. And because we forgot to start on it, we're still 30 years off at the moment. We can fix that up, obviously, by moving into learning. But I think we do want to get down to overseer. The control growth is really good. Andrew, our champion, has 5 prowess. How do you have 5 prowess and you're a champion in this court? How is that possible? All right. I don't know how that's possible, but we can fix that pretty easily. In our culture, it is a martial military for men culture, so we have to use men only here. But we can probably find a couple of folks who are willing to join our court, even if we're the wrong faith, wrong culture. Maybe we have to switch over to Judaism. Yeah, let's switch over to Judaism. Who is willing to come down to hang out with us? Are you willing to come? 16 martial or 16 prowess. That's great. That's all we need. Yeah, you'll be good too. Yeah, we'll just invite. Now that we've become a king, most of the strongest warriors in Judaism are probably gonna start recognizing Levi's claims to whatever it is he's claiming that he is doing here. We'll see exactly how far he goes, but I don't hate the direction he's been going so far. Looks like he's trying to liberate this territory for his own people's sake, I guess. Yeah, and we'll take a couple of good commanders too. You have gout. I don't know if you count, guy. I don't know if you count, but we'll take a couple of good guys. Getting a couple extra knights that are actually powerful is pretty good. I want at least six strength champions wandering around the battlefield getting themselves killed. You're not allowed to do that. Don't do it, Dante. But you know what? We don't need to be increasing our control here. I think we'll just have Mordecai train commanders. Is Mordecai still our best marshal? Maybe it is time for Nathan to step in. I don't think it matters. 19, 18. Do you have any prowess? You have no prowess. You have 13 prowess, but you're the wrong. All right, whatever. Mordecai, you did a great job initially, man. But there's a new kid on the block, and the new kid has like jazz hands going on. So it's, I think, important that we make a couple adjustments here. And we've taken kings. All right, so now we have Brooklyn, the first of our our holy sites that we've liberated are under our control. Oh no, we just fired Mordecai, and then and then the guy that we replaced him with died. So I guess Mordecai is back. But now we've taken Brooklyn under our control, so we have the learning bonus and the piety bonus. I think we need to start driving towards Washington, D.C. So, are we close enough? No, we are not close enough to just declare war on John directly. So we need to go to Douglas first, but we can go through the Delaware Valley, and then that we might still have to attack for Maryland afterwards. But given that his ally is one of his vassals, there's not a lot that can come in from the outside other than maybe the Old Dominion. And maybe the presidency, actually. There's a lot of people who might come out to fight us over Chesapeake, so this could be a real war. Yeah, this could be a real war. Let's see how it goes. So we have Brooklyn under our control. I don't think we're going to hold on to Ramapo out here, so we're going to go ahead and just give this to someone. We already have you as a vassal. I guess we'll give this to David. David's been our chancellor for 20 years now, and finally we've given him a territory to rule over. I'm not gonna bother with 280 gold on that. Let's go ahead and expand our economy a little bit. So New York, what do you have? You have insanely expensive buildings, right? I guess Philadelphia, we already built fishing net weavers in. Yeah, we'll add Bastion. I don't hate upgrading our walls here. And then I guess we're gonna build up our army a little more. We got the money. Build that up just a little bit more, and now I guess the next big thing is to restore the faith, the head of faith title. What are you inspired to do? You want to make a throne? All right, sure, you can make a throne. Like, given that we are allies with Hudsonia at the moment, we're not likely to use the Hudsonian throne just yet. It might become a core part of our mythos moving forward. We'll see. But I like getting the 100 renown here. I think that's a great way for us to start things off. And let's see. We could take House of Warriors, but I think I want to take House of Law, like go through the law area and get up to development growth, so that way we can just have some like insanely high development cities. We already have Manhattan. We're getting really close to being able to turn Gotham into a city that's at least a little bit Yiddish. Yiddish to Pocono. Why would you go Yiddish to Pocono? David, why would you do that? We were about to create a cool new culture here, man. You left the Beatles like right before they went big. All right, if that's the way you want to do it, man, that's the way you're gonna do it. Let's assume that we are not going to be fighting the other kingdoms just yet, and wait for Chesapeake to call them in. If they do call them in, then obviously we're going to need to pull in some of our friends and allies. At least Baltus, but if it's just 1v1 versus Chesapeake, I think we can liberate Wilmington without too many issues. We could unite New Jersey, but given that we're going to be trying probably to recreate the Empire State, I think we're going to go in that direction instead. And Chesapeake is counter-sieging. Okay. Yeah, all right. Well, 1v1 me in real life, Chesapeake, I guess. You're gonna have a real rough time here. We don't have mangonels, but we're just sieging so much faster that it doesn't matter. Five onagers is a lot of siege strength, especially with the nice little bonus that we've picked up with engineered. We might not even need to go all the way down to literal overseer, but if you can get down to absolute control as the county pick, that is very good with these big cities. Your economy goes through the roof with absolute control on a New York and Philadelphia setup. Oh, something's going on in our court. What is going on in our court? Did we get a new artifact? No. All right, Royal Court, keep your secrets. Miniature throne, that could be cute. Or we can just get 6 court grandeur, whatever. We'll take the miniature throne, and then we're not gonna tell the guy, but we're gonna sell it. Yeah, we're just gonna turn around and take that miniature throne and sell it on what the after the end eBay. I don't know what that thing would be called in universe, but that's what we're doing. Uh-oh. Augules has lost their ruler? Oh, you are the Count of Waterloo. All right, wait, who is that? Is that you? It is you. So our daughter-in-law, her family has been dispossessed of all of their land. Yeah, conquered in a holy war and then granted away. Unfortunate, but I don't think we're going to do anything about that right now. I think it would be impossible for us to get good value out of enforcing a divorce there. We have all the alliances we need right now. And now we have our magnificent throne. Wow. I mean, that's not giving us any renown bonus or anything like that, but that is a huge amount of prestige. And I don't hate that. Paul has emerged victorious. I wonder if Paul is on a course to create the Empire of New England out here, actually, because it certainly looks like it. He's conquered all of Vermont already. Yeah, all right, sure. Yeah, our son can become a vassal and an ally. That's fine. Are you good? No, you suck. Get out of here. Wait, why are you asking me? Why are you asking me? Yeah, he's on the warpath. I hope that this means that Paul is gonna turn north and start taking Moose Country and Maine, because he's definitely moving in that direction. Yeah, breeding for albinism and 100 dread builds, it's so good until it isn't. If you start having issues where you're not maintaining your dread at max, your empire is going to explode in an incredibly quick and dramatic fashion. That said, I do think that it's fun, and it's definitely something you can lean into. Oh, Prince Gabriel, you become compassionate. Don't be lazy. You can become compassionate like your old man. It's looks pretty similar when you squint, but they're different. One of these things is better than the other. One of these things is culturally a good thing. Yeah, we'll ransom, and then maybe we'll even wipe out this Chesapeake army, and then we'll peace out. George, oh yes, George has 15 prowess, absolutely. And Zipporah, oh, this is the name of the wife of Moses. We have a lot of kids here. We might need to start thinking about let's see, who is our next ward? I guess you? Yeah, you can be our next ward. Our granddaughter and ward, Dora. Dora, not named after Moses' wife. I'm not sure if she's named after a character in the Bible, but definitely not Moses' wife. Probably Dora the Explorer. All right, so we've taken control of the entirety of this county here of Delaware Valley, and we have under our control Raritan, which is where our main strength is coming from initially. But now, because we have Manhattan under control and we have Philadelphia under control, and both of them are at good control spots, I'm happy giving away Raritan. So I'm just going to go ahead and give it to Prince Ira, like the whole thing. That'll put us down under 5, and it'll hurt us a little bit in terms of our troops, but that's okay. I think setting up another vassal son who can actually expand his borders is a pretty solid option for us. We just have to restation everyone here. Oh, Manhattan. Are you better than Philadelphia? Yeah, Manhattan is better than Philadelphia, so let's put our armored footmen in Manhattan. Let's put our light footmen in Philadelphia. Put our bowmen in Brooklyn, and put our onagers in Chester, I guess. There we go. Gotham has expanded yet again, and just in time, because it looks like now there is a massive plague breaking out. Holy crap, this is Pershing's flu. Ooh, all right, so we're going to go ahead and have our rabbi, who has been helping us learn a lot of extra stuff on lifestyle, is going to switch over to control plagues to help us reduce the impact of the plague on us here. And if we get the opportunity to isolate, I think we might do that, because things are looking pretty scary out there. Elliot shows up with 14 prowess. You know what? That's good enough to be our bodyguard. He's generous, just, arrogant. I mean, that's not perfect, but that's not bad. I guess we'll take 10% cultural acceptance between users and Yiddish. Not a bad thing. I don't know if we're gonna take taxing non-believers here. That doesn't really make sense. I don't know about this. We're just gonna say no. I think we're just gonna say no here on evangelical backlash, because we do want to preserve our community, and I think the only way that we're gonna be able to do that is if we spread the community around, and that's gonna make Philadelphia mad, but it's okay. It's a short-term problem. Oh, speaking of a short-term problem, we can just revoke that barony entirely. We can give that barony away, but one of the nice things at the very beginning of the game is some of the titles, if you can start revoking baronies and just holding them on your own and get up to your domain limit really, really quickly, it can power spike you even faster than conquering stuff. Oh, cool. Incognito. Yeah, we'll absolutely mediate for Count David here. Unfortunate that he moved away from our culture, but that's okay. That is a-okay. Oh, yes. All right, so now we have Thomas Helfont here. This guy we have a strong hook on, and so Thomas is a very big friend and fan of Levi and the project that we've been taking on. I think we might set him up as another vassal, because we don't have like an infinite number of kids, and this is still a male-dominated, so we can't give land away to our daughters just yet. Are we strong? We can definitely attack them, but we do have a peace treaty right now. Are we gonna attack Eli again? He's got an alliance with a lot of folks, but there are a lot of folks in a lot of different directions. And right now, Pershing's flu is doing a lot of damage in their backyard. So this might be an opportunity for us to go ahead and snake off coal land, tear off the Poconos. You know what? Let's do it. Let's really start building the empire of Mid-Atlantic. Let's attack for coal land. We'll move these guys here and raise everyone up, and we have 17 champions. We have 17 champions. I mean, we still only have 5 onagers, so we don't have like an infinite amount of stuff to throw at them, but they called Missouri in, so we're gonna call in Hudson, or yeah, we'll call in Hudson, and I think that should be enough. We'll see how many friends they can call in here, but if they come in one at a time and we are able to tear them up piecemeal, should still be a pretty easy war for us. Levi is at 38 commander advantage. Bro, you need to relax. 51 days though. All right, so they are not messing around. They also have an infinite number of onagers, don't they? No, these just don't have any troops in them, Walker, because you just conquered Wilmington. So we probably should have waited a couple of months to make sure that these guys reinforced their barracks first. But at least we're taking a fight with them now, which is drawing them off of these cities. But you can see that they're only at 73 out of 400 garrison, which is why they were getting sieged down so quickly. If you conquer cities like this, you can wait for the garrison to replenish before you declare war. You can do that. It is an option. 5 months. 5 months. I mean, okay. We won the initial skirmish, and now our troops locally are stronger than theirs entirely out here. And it doesn't look like Dutchland's allies are showing up. They're threatening to show up, and that's something. But it's not everything. And it looks like we are going to get the siege in Lehigh. And if this guy loops back around over here, perfection. All right, yeah. So let's take the siege. So now we have taking war score is balanced at least. And then we'll start moving here, and hopefully that draws the attention of our allies. Somebody stop trying to murder Melvin. He's a cool guy. you would all get along if you would just stop trying to murder each other. All right, yeah, we're gonna get the battle in parts just the way we like it. So we took the fight against one of the allies, and then other people showed up. We took the fight against more allies. Other people showed up. I'm okay ransoming. Like we still can get good value out of gold, even if the opportunity to take the war earlier is pretty tempting. I think beating Dutchland's army a couple of times is going to be more useful than ending it too early here. And I guess we're still just on expand. Oh, you know what? We're not just on expand. Walker, create the Head of Faith title. So now we have finally declared the Grand Rabbi. We've got Howard here. 31 learning for us. Fantastic. So we've made such huge strides here for Judaism and CK3 after the end that we've been able to restore the Grand Priesthood, and I think that is gonna be a big step up. We've joined the Gilded Era. That is another big step up. Yeah, it might have been worth it to not ransom there, because now we're at the point where all of our gold income is so high that like 30 gold ransom is not multiple years, it's just multiple months. And this war definitely lasted more than a couple of extra multiple months as a result of that ransom. But you know what? If we win some more fights as a result of that, I don't hate it. I don't hate it. Uh-oh. Undersupplied. Well, let's go pick off another army, I guess. Score is capped. Score is capped from War Score, Walker. You just added like an extra year onto this war because you wanted 30 gold, and now you have to fight 7,000 dudes again. All right, Baltus, come on down. Help us out. Yeah, get your arms. Get your armies. Oh, they won the siege. While we were waiting for our allies to show up, they managed to snipe this. So fortunately, the Wilmington garrison will be extremely small. So if we get a breach, we can assault it. And if we don't, then no big deal. But we need to find a small castle for us to mulch through really, really quickly. I guess it's Reading. Is that our best bet? Or maybe it's just get Lackawanna. So at the very least, we have ticking war score on our side. Yeah, maybe it's that. Yeah, let's just siege this down. It's right here. It's right here. Oh, no! We have to reinstate one of these things. Ah, dang it. All right. You have a successor? Yes, you do have a successor. All right. Where is it? Restore accolades. Why can't we do this? Why can't we do that? Reinstate inactive accolades. Appoint. Oh, we just didn't have somebody. We had it right here. We just didn't have somebody set up as the heir to the title. That's all. Yeah, you're not good enough. Sadistic, callous, or vengeful. Well, like, no wonder we're having difficulty filling that slot. We need sinners in order to make that thing work. 10 months is way too long, man. No. I guess this is the same size here for us. Yeah, we'll just go siege this down. This is gonna be faster. 4 months, 5 months. Yeah. All right. This should be the end of the war. Take Reading. That's who should finish before Sladdington, unless they get a much better siege rolls than we do. That should be okay. Oh, where did we get another territory from? Skylands? Oh, because our vassal died, right? That's where we got the extra territory from. Your vassal died. All right, we'll give us to a local of Yiddish culture, so that way they'll flip over with us. And it's a really good vassal of Yiddish culture. Sweet. What? Rival? Our rival is unlanded. I'm leaving him alone. Stop asking me to be mean to an unlanded rival. You're compassionate, Levi. Stop suggesting mean things. You're better than that, kid. Now let's see. I guess we could do a pilgrimage, honestly. I wouldn't hate doing a pilgrimage here. Because getting us up to the maximum... I guess are we already at level 4? So we can already do a Kingdom Holy War, actually. Oh, Baltus. Oh, Baltus. You're lucky we're friends here. Alright, we've won the war. Done. Disband all. And with most of Coalland, although not all, because some of it is under Hudsonian control, I think I'm just going to go ahead and grant this to another Yiddish culture character. Let's see if we have any really high prowess characters we can drop in. 42, 34, 47. Somebody's Seneschal is there. Nah, alright, we'll just give it to a random Yiddish character. And I guess we'll break this up. Yeah, we'll break this up a little bit. Oh, cool. And we'll give a little bit extra land to Countess Shulamith here, because she's not related to anybody, and she's 39. So she might just hold on to those lands for us and then die, and then the lands come back to Levi to distribute yet again. And that could be a good thing for us to do. I guess we could found a holy order too. We have a lot that we can do in terms of cash, actually, just because we have such big cities under our control. Are we close enough that we can declare war for the presidency? We can. Let's go. All right. So now I know what we need to do with our money. We need to, if we are still pretty far from mangonels, which I assume we are. Yeah, we are. So I'm just going to go ahead and add a second stack of onagers. This is going to be expensive in terms of gold. That is absolutely true. But by giving ourselves like a gigantic number of siege weapons here, we're going to be able to chew through these walls whether or not we actually have the right number of, like, the right level of siege weapons. We won't. You need really, really, really high siege weapons to get through Washington without penalty. But that doesn't matter, because if we can get Washington with 3 big cities under our control, things are going to start getting pretty messed up in terms of our income. So yeah, let's go for the presidency. Let's take Washington D.C. right now, and then we'll use Washington D.C. as a backboard to go into Baltimore. I can't believe that Dominion and Chesapeake have already had one war over something. It looks like they've already fought for control of one little county here. Yep, they've already done it. They've already fought for control of one county at the same time that Americanism has been losing ground rapidly in New York. And now we're going to make it not just New York. Now we're going to make it everybody's problem. Low control on counties. I don't think any of those matter too much. But we will ransom people. That's fine. We will ransom people. I know he said we weren't going to call in our buddy Baltus for everything, but here I think we can win this war even without Baltus. I just want the backup in terms of siege on this, because if we need to break units off and fight armies that are coming in, then we can. But this is such a huge siege that you need a lot of troops in order to actually make progress. You need 2,400 troops locally in order to make any progress at all. I mean, I've played a lot of CK3 Maya. I've played not as much as I have of Age of Wonders 4, but I've played probably like 600 hours of CK3, and like a lot more than that when it comes to CK2. But hopefully this introduction to this mod here gets those numbers a little closer, just a little closer, because I'm a big fan of CK3 after the end. Yeah, you get to be a champion Acolyte Knight, sure, why not? You're there. 2 years. 2 years. And that's why we needed to declare this war here, just to get this thing going. And in fact, you know what? This is such a long siege. Levi doesn't need to even watch this. We're gonna let our friend Thomas just like watch the siege for us, and I'm gonna use this as an opportunity for us to go ahead and take a pilgrimage now. Because when you're on a pilgrimage and a big travel and blah blah blah, like you can't actually declare war on people. But if you're already at war, then you're in good shape. And if you're gonna do a long pilgrimage, that means that you need to find something to do in the meantime. So here, what we're gonna do is we're gonna set up a big pilgrimage down to Florida, down to our old stomping grounds where our first alliance took us way out of our way and almost got us into trouble. And then we're going to go and start by going out to Boston to see what Paul is up to. We'll drop in at Lancaster to check in on our friends there. We're going to grab Washington and Annapolis and Richmond, and we're just going to see as much of this eastern coast as we expand as we can. Oh man, if we can get down to Charlotte, that's an empire position, which means that we would get 600 more stewardship lifestyle experience points. Great. I love going to an empire if we can. And I guess we could go to Savannah too, and the Magic Kingdom. Maybe we're just going to go all the way through the HCC here. You know what? Actually, don't go to St. Augustine. That's dangerous. Well, no, you have to go to St. Augustine. So it's going to be dangerous either way. There's just going to be some danger along that part of the path. Fine, I suppose. And then I guess on our way back, we'll visit Havana. And we'll visit Nassau. There we go. Yeah, that looks like a really nice trek. 18 months is a long time to be at sea, or like out away from the kingdom. But I think we're in a good place. Our eldest son is now an adult, and therefore is capable, hopefully, of keeping things under control for us. And I guess we're gonna do altruism. Yeah, we'll do altruism. This will be an opportunity for Levi to spread the good word that we're conquering territory, because we're gonna be generous and just and compassionate, and in stark contrast to all of the terrible warlords that everyone's had to deal with over the years. I mean, yeah, I am a false commoner, Henry, but so are you. I don't know how to break this down for you, kid, but if you are my son, which you are, and I am a commoner, which I am, then you are a commoner. I think you can think that through. I think you can. I think you have that logical power. Okay, so we're interpreting instructions. You know what? I think we can keep learning more languages here, actually. Yeah, let's learn Tidewater Southern. Like, we're unlikely to expand too far into Tidewater territory, but if we are doing super well in like 10 years, and Levi is still kicking in terms of his health, which he's fine. Yeah, we're not murdering a whole bunch of people here with Levi. I think the fun way to approach CK3 is to do your best to roleplay at least a little bit. Now, if we were like perfectly roleplaying with the Haredi, we probably would just like stay in a corner and hope that nobody attacks us. But we're taking the Maccabee experience to its logical extreme. We are gonna try to liberate as much of the eastern seaboard as we can. And at least we're doing it in style while we're out here on this carousing of ours. Tons of extra experience points. I love that. I guess we'll take whatever. We'll take Heart of the Family. Sure, why not? The bigger thing here is we were going to be able to take Overseer, so now we finished everything I feel like we desperately need in the military side of things. So let's go ahead and actually work on our scholarship. I think we want to do scholarship before we want to do wealth. Yeah, I think we want to do scholarship before we want to do wealth. So we're going to learn a lot about the world now that Levi has liberated a bunch of huge cities and has a lot of money and wealth to throw at his patronage of generosity in this universe. We're gonna see what we can do to make this place a better world by jacking up our learning and getting some more technologies down. Not all of them will be military. We're gonna learn some stuff. We're a scholar. We'll still pick up fitness expert because I'm not an insane person. If Levi is gonna make an empire, he's gonna need some HP. Billy Graham library and learning even further. All right, cool. I guess I'll take scientific just to start a little bit of our technological ascendancy, and then we'll pop back over and work on our own personal health. Henry, what? Oh, of course, we can increase our authority. I need to remember to do that again. In 20 more years, when Levi is 65, we can increase our authority to absolute, which means that if Henry turns out to be like a really bad dude down the line, we can dispossess him. Right now, as a compassionate, generous, humble, I'm not too worried. He's flagellant, so he's got some issues with his own health over there, but at least he's not an evil kid, and that's I think the thing that would require us to strip him of his inheritance. Or he could die. That could be the other problem. He could die. Wow. All right, you know what? There's somebody fighting with an alligator down here. I think we can intervene here. Because if we gain wounded, that's not the end of the world. And yeah, if we are successful, then that'll be a great story for Levi. Out on his great pilgrimage, he fought an alligator. Sure, yeah, we'll see if we can get a little bit of a unknown plant rash. Great, yeah, that's exactly what we wanted. All right, we're a great mediator. You guys have to be friends with us. Yeah, all right. Adam and Elliot did indeed settle their differences. Oh, and we will try to use our learning here to heal. And we were successful. Great. Yeah, Levi is just rocking and rolling, man. Being able to play as a genius in CK3 after the end is just as broken as it is in vanilla CK3. It's quite the experience. And we finally made it all the way down to Palm Beach. We've walked the holy path. Now, we haven't like really jacked our pilgrimage into outer space on the piousness side because we've been working on altruism instead. But that's okay. I think that's a fine thing to be doing. You know what? Let's see if we can get more piety here. And let's see if we can take control of the city. Exotic wares? Okay, yeah, let's do this. So what we're going to do is we're going to buy the exotic wares, and then when we get back, we'll be able to sell them. And that is going to be a gigantic thing when it comes to fixing up our economy, especially if we can do it after we've taken Washington, because I think that'll spike our monthly income, and that'll change the calculation in terms of how much we get from the sale. Oh, we took control of Washington before he came back, but because it's just one city, it's not gonna work for us. You know what? We could take this actually. I don't hate spending 160 gold for 10% learning lifestyle experience. I think that's pretty reasonable. And sure, yeah, we will try to save you. A derelict ship. Yeah, let's see if there's anything on that derelict ship. We find nothing. And we learned Tidewater Southern. All right, well, everything's coming up quite nice for us. A winged thief. I don't know, man. I don't know if I want to get into a fight with somebody out here. We will show mercy, even if it's going to be a costly opportunity for us to show mercy. But yeah, let's get that book on. Bejeweled Shanties. A book of sea shanties with a really cool cover. We could work with increased development, but like scientific alone is a really big upgrade in terms of your research speed. So I think we'll just take that, and then we'll go into anatomical studies and start working down our health bar here. We're working up our health bar here. All right, Washington. Are you guys gonna just let us take control of your capital? Is this gonna be the final great city of the East of the American East falling under Levi's control? Because that is what it looks like. Yeah, we are gonna sell that, get 480 coin. That almost paid for the entire pilgrimage all on its own by just bringing those resources back. And we'll take control of the front again, and I guess now we need to start staffing up big time in terms of all these court positions. So we'll make Elliot the Master of Horse. We'll make George our Master of Hunt. I suppose we'll make Henry our Almoner. Sure, yeah, that's fine. And we need a Seneschal. So yeah, Milton, you're a great Seneschal. And yeah, because we just have so much gold, like I'm just not worried about the costs for all of these things. At the beginning of the game, when you're playing a very small court, you do need to worry about like how much you can actually spend on court positions here, like Royal Architect, right? If you're putting a very, very bad Royal Architect down, it is not worth the cost. If you're not getting at least 20%, I don't think you really want to be taking this unless you have just like a lot of things that you need to build really quickly. But I don't hate taking a Royal Architect now, because we do have a lot of stuff that we can build starting today. But the next big thing that we're going to invest our money in is going to be renovating Washington, because that is going to be something that we're going to need a lot of money for. And it looks like we are going to destroy the Americans a couple of times, ransom people off, and then take DC for ourselves. And we are going to hold it as direct domain for us. Maybe we'll give away Brooklyn then. Oh no, we'll give away Levittown. That seems like a pretty easy one for us. There it is, Washington, D.C. So let's convert kings, because that is one of our holy sites. Let's give away Levittown to, I guess, Melvin? Yeah, to Melvin. And now Washington, D.C. is under our control, so we're going to go ahead and just start working on control there. Mordecai is probably... Nah, you know what? We can bring in Prince Gabriel now, actually, as our new marshal. I think that's fine. And Prince Gabriel, who can you get married to? Oh, Adriana La Follette. So she is a Unitarian Universalist out in, I assume this is Wisconsin. Yeah, it was Wisconsin. But I don't think that's a bad marriage for us. 2,000 troops is a lot for Prince Gabriel to be bringing in as just a count. And a great way for us to keep our power once this alliance has broken down. We'll disband everyone out of Washington. And we're strong enough to attack Chesapeake. And there's no truce with them. All right, so let's wait for the troops here actually in Washington to start reinforcing. I don't want us to have to come back over there and siege that down again. But let's like once that's up to like 700. Yeah, roughly 700. Let's go ahead and declare war and take control of Baltimore. Looks like almost all of Maryland we can take over here. Yeah, Jews are taking control of Washington and New York and Philadelphia. We have just been really spreading like crazy out here. And it looks like our brother-in-law is now in charge out in Blainville. I mean, okay, sure, yeah, that's fine. I mean, is it? I think that we're doing a good job with Levi here. He's showing everyone the way, which is to be pretty cool, right? You gotta, if you're not sure what you should do, just be chill. Just be chill. I'll give us a Yiddish vassal out there, because I think now actually we can make a yes we can form a hybrid culture. All right, so let's form a nope, we cannot. We do not have the prestige. Let's fix the prestige. That's an easy problem to fix. What do we want to do? We'll renovate. Yeah, let's renovate the Holy Building in Washington, D.C. That's going to be 10 years. If we do it for 500 gold, I think that's fine. We'll go ahead and hold court. The Universalist religion is causing you suffering in Oklahoma. You're playing with them out there? I mean, I'm sure you could tell us a lot about Hudson, but like I don't think you're worth it. Like, what are you gonna give me? 10? What are you gonna give me that's better than 10 court intrigue? I don't think there's anything there. Yeah, we'll see if we can get a good deception there. Good. And we will, of course, settle any sort of disputes that are going on in the universe. But given that now we do have a need for a little more prestige for the purposes of both founding that, as well as the purposes of refounding the Empire State, and embracing the Jewish language, or the Hebrew language, we have a lot of things that we need to spend prestige on. So let's actually flesh out the rest of our court positions. Some of the court positions are really, really great when it comes to generating prestige for you, but I think we got most of them. Yeah, I think it looks like we did get everybody that we need. So I guess then we'll spend a little bit of cash on prestige here by doing either a hunt or a feast. And given that we saw a bird somewhere, goose sighting. Yeah, there's a goose sighting. Why don't we do a little falconry out here? Why don't we do just a little bit of falconry? I don't think we need to bring anybody for this other than ourselves. But let's bring a substantial party actually to get a lot of extra prestige for this, so that way we can make that thing really fire off. And I guess we'll do max flushing gangs. Nah, we don't have the cash for that. We'll just do it like this. 346 gold. Wait, 561. Okay, so we can do it, but we need a little more cash. But I do think we want to do it with the next level up, because that would be really, really good in terms of our prestige. We're just going to burn a lot really, really quickly. Oh, Raritan is having a peasant rebellion, but they're having a peasant rebellion that I think they can win on their own, actually. Whatever. We'll help our son put down peasant rebels. It's something that costs us nothing. Yeah, raise all. We'll just raise all our men at arms. We don't even need levies, I don't think, for that war. We'll take germ theory, sure. No, don't go out to sea. Come on, man. Peasants, please. Just come back down, man. Come over here and fight us. There we go. There we go. Yeah, all right. So that's some good stability there. We could found a holy order, but again, I don't think we. I think we need the prestige for something else. So let's hold for just a second. I guess we don't need to be working on cultural acceptance, because we are at the point where we can unify with a Gothamite as soon as we have that prestige. Oh, should we conquer Ramapo first? No, I think we can conquer them afterwards. So out in Weasel, you're saying out in Oklahoma, there's just a lot of different cultures and religions out here. I mean, that makes sense. There are some areas where there's just gonna be a lot of different small diasporic communities, because that's kind of what we're playing here. But yeah, I think taking a look at Oklahoma could be fun. If I need the Persian DLC to really get value out of it, I might get it. But we'll see. I'm having fun with the areas that we can play with right now. All right, Chesapeake, you are hilariously weak for where you are. You are a kingdom, and we are about to strip nearly the entire kingdom from you. And I don't think that Old Dominion is going to help you. If they do, they do, but I don't think they will. And if they don't, then you are in a lot of trouble. Because this is a lot of siege weapons coming to you, kid. Even without mangonels, this is a lot of siege weapons coming at you. Look how quickly you're just plowing through their walls. Oh my god. They have a size 5 over there and a size 4 over there. All right, let's go destroy their army real quick, and then we'll get back to sieging their stuff down. But we've already taken control of Baltimore. I mean, yeah, you're right, but you know what? This is fine. We're making really quick progress against Chesapeake. The next big hurdle for us is going to be, how do we deal with the death of Baltus. And I think the way we're going to deal with the death of Baltus is getting into a big conflict with his kids. We'll just say that we hate Prince Eugene for some reason. We hate each other, right? Yeah, we hate each other. Oh, you're in poor health? So it's actually going to be Baltus's grandson who we might end up getting into a fight with, and he's also obese. Oh my god. All right. Well, whatever. We'll do a grand holy war for all of Hudsonia as soon as Baltus is gone, probably. Explain it to me in lore, Levi, but I think that realistically it's probably going to be just a clear indication that Levi, he's got a bit of ruthlessness to him. Just a little bit of ruthlessness to him. And we'll ransom people, although I don't know who still has land, who's going to ransom anything here. And then we'll go ahead and give all of Baltimore to someone. Do we have another unlanded kid or grandkid or something? Chana, she's married, but Sult is not the right culture or religion. Okay, you know what? We'll just give this away to, actually, no, we can't give it away to our rabbi, because we're not that kind of girl. You can't just give it away to your rabbi. Not that kind of girl. I guess we'll give away Baltimore to some of all skills. Who's the best of all of the skills here? A Zoroastrian and a Muslim. Moses, would you convert? Because if you would convert, then this could be a really sick vassal, actually. All right, we're going to give all this to Count Moses, and then we're going to demand conversion, and he's going to maybe continue to practice on Sar al-Hakim in the background. But if he doesn't, this could be a pretty big coup for us, because this guy looks like he's going to be a powerhouse. That's 29 diplomacy that we're going to get now on our chancellor. Yeah, that's 29 diplomacy we're going to get on our chancellor. That's pretty good. I don't hate that. Iron Tongue language is useful, but we have a lot of things we need to spend money on, kids. You guys know this. You know the way that this is going to go. All right, so what do we need to spend gold on? We need to get another kingdom title in order to create the Empire of Atlantica. So in order to do that, we're going to need to either take Chesapeake or Dutchland. Chesapeake is probably going to be the easiest of them, because we can make that kingdom title in one more war if we can just declare against them and take all of Delmarva. But taking out the rest of the Dutchland is going to be pretty important, and taking Upper Susquehanna here is going to reduce them to such a small power that one of our vassals might be able to finish them off here. Yeah, we can get some more men-at-arms. I think we definitely have the economy for it, but we are going to need a lot of money for titles and stuff, and we're going to need a lot of money for replacing our onagers in short order. In 7 years right now, we're going to need to replace all of those onagers, so that's not immediately. Yeah, I guess we can add one more stack in there in our bowmen. But now we have so many troops that we can actually have 2 stacks with onagers siege down at the same time. I guess we'll take Iron Constitution. Yeah, the Jewish Zoroastrian Muslim axis is absolutely insane here. The Haredis are definitely getting very open. They're definitely getting very open in this world. And that is gonna benefit them quite a lot, I think. 55 days left. All right, let's just go destroy the army of the Dutch before their allies show up. And I don't think we're gonna call Baltus in on this war. I think we're gonna let our friend die in peace and wipe out that army. Yes, got an entire stack wipe there. And yeah, I mean, look, what are the markings of the Saoshayat, right? He subsists on spiritual food and water. Have you ever seen Levi eat anything? I don't think so. I don't think I've ever seen him eat anything now that he's not obese anymore. Wait a second. But we'll just go wipe out their allies, and because we're able to take this fight defensively in our own terrain, we're gonna get the bonuses here. So yeah, this is going to be. Oh, we killed the king of Haut Quebec. We killed the king of Haut Quebec in combat. Oh baby. Yep, the alliances of the Dutch, they did try really hard to stop Levi, and we obliterated their army. Oh boy, oh boy. And now we just need to siege down a couple of things. So, you have a size 4, 10, 6. All right, yeah, so it's going to be Pottsville, I guess. We could see if we can find a kid named Mel Brooks. I think there are a lot of things that the group can add over the years. Like, I don't know if you guys have seen it, but like Paul Muad'Dib is in the game out in Washington. There's the references to the Irvings up in Newfoundland owning like everything. There's a lot of really cool things that draw on both real life lore as well as like the lore that they've built up in the universe itself. Oh, good. Yeah, our pilgrimage, I think, is going to be pretty fun for Levi, making him feel good about this direction he's gone. Rename kids to old Jewish comedians. Dora, good friend. I guess. Wow, Henry only has one kid so far. Maybe we're going to end up having to let Prince Gabriel's family inherit the earth if that's the direction it goes. But this should get us enough war score. Yeah, that should get us enough war score by sieging Schuylkill down. And without their core, the Kingdom of Dutchland should collapse pretty quickly. And Atlantica is just really getting sucked into our universe. Yep, there it is. Won the war for Upper Susquehanna. And now, actually, Badgerland is declaring a conquest of Milwaukee, so we can actually help our friends if we so desire. You know what? I think that's fine. Yeah, let's drop some levies. I don't think we need levies for helping an ally out over there. Yeah, I don't think we need that many. I don't think we need most of our levies if we're gonna be just helping an ally, especially against an enemy with so few troops. But I don't hate helping them out. And that'll give us an opportunity to get our supplies back up and give away this fun little duchy title. So let's usurp that. And I guess again, there's not like a whole lot of people for us to give this land away to in our family because the family is still so small. So we'll give away to a Yiddish culture character another Sum of Skills. Anybody else who's really, really good? Our seneschal, but you need to be in our court for you to be our seneschal, man. Same with your royal champion here, Kurt Eiler. I guess you could be our guy. You could be our guy. Yeah, you could be our guy. You're absolutely our guy. Look at this guy. Look at Pinchas and this absolute unit of a guy. Perfection. Yeah, we're gonna have some pretty nice powerful vassals here in just a moment, and because we can create these ducal titles and then give them away, we're still able to get all of the prestige for ourselves, which is what we needed to form our hybrid culture. So let's go ahead and form a hybrid culture. I guess we're going to go ahead and move into egalitarian. I think that makes sense given that we've been like spreading throughout the entire mid-Atlantic here. And we're going to take the Yiddish culture, but we're going to go with equal military martial custom here just to make sure that we have that as an option for us. I think it's going to be pretty necessary in the event that we get a holy war declared on us, because we are making Americanism furious right now. We've taken almost all of their holy sites out there very, very quickly on the East Coast. We're going to take quarrelsome, maritime mercantilism, diasporic, philosopher culture. Wait, I guess we'll just take everything except strength in numbers. Yeah, we'll take everything except strength in numbers. I'm not a big fan of sacrificing knights for slightly stronger, like, weak types of infantry. That's probably not worth it. We'll keep Yiddish names, and we'll do both in terms of everything else. Yeah, this looks like a nice little culture for us. We'll do Neo Yiddish, Neo Yiddish, Neo Yiddish, and Neo Yiddish. Boom. And one of our vassals is not going to convert. I'm assuming that that's one of them that is not the right culture for us, because we have that one who is down here in Beltway. I assume you... Oh, you did go to Neo Yiddish. Who didn't come with us? Maybe it's a Baron or whatever. Who cares? We have now come into like a true golden age for ourselves, because we're about to pick up mangonels in 5 months. So now, once we've won this war out here, we can replace our onagers. And we actually might do that in the middle of this war, honestly, because I don't think that Badgerland needs us for very long. I think if we just clear out the enemy troops, that Madison should be able to win this war on their own. All right, Milwaukee, let's fight. Let's see what your army can do. It looks like so far what your army can do is get stack wiped. Yep, that is what your army can do. It can get stack wiped. All right, well, I'm glad that we came out here to help you, Badgerland, in your very important, super powerful war. But now I think we need to work on some laws for ourselves. I think it's more flavorful for us as a Jewish community to be working on some of our economic development instead of our military, but also just like from a power gaming standpoint, once you have mangonels, like that's a pretty big upgrade. Neo Yiddish, we do throw bigger rocks. Oh no! Oh, typhus! Typhus! How did... Oh, Jesus Christ. What the hell? How did we get typhus? Typhus isn't out here. How the hell did we get typhus? Where's this disease? You show me where this disease is coming from, game. I don't see it. I don't see it on here because there's no little link. All right, whatever. We're gonna go ahead and destroy our onagers and create mangonels. And we're just gonna assume that Levi isn't about to die from this typhus that he just contracted out of absolutely nowhere. And I guess we'll station the mangonels wherever they want to go. One of them can go in DC and have insane amounts of siege weapon strength. So I guess this one we're going to max out. And then the other one is just like a secondary siege stack. That's good enough. All right. It just has a chance to spawn in the armies. All right. Go back home, Levi. Get it together. Don't die. Please don't die. You're so close. You're so close to getting what you need here, kid. Just keep it under control. Just keep it under control. Typhus of Battle 1. Hell yes. There we go, Levi. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Good deal. Oh. Sure. Yeah, we'll go down a path of zealousness, I suppose, just a little bit to get our piety up to max here, because now we can do consecrate bloodline, and we have an infinite amount of piety, so I don't see any reason not to do that. And this is sort of like the moment when it became clear within the Jewish community that something truly astonishing was happening. Like, yeah, it was more than just that, like, they've liberated Washington, but now there's a religious aspect to King Levi's conquest, much more so than there had been, because we've been recognized by the rabbis as having some sort of paragon value here. I don't think this means that the people, the Haredim living here, would necessarily view Levi as being messianic, because I think that would be complicated in terms of, you know, like the power dynamics. Who is the Messiah is a big question, but I think regardless of who is the Messiah for these people, Levi is an important cultural figure now. This is a huge deal. We just saw Dominion switch their kingdom language over to Yiddish. Whoa. So yeah, things are getting pretty out of control in terms of Yiddish spread here. We'll take ordained rulership, keep working our way down to treasured knowledge. And I guess some people died, so we do need to replace our court here. Dora keeps stubborn. Yep, that's good. Court Euler, yeah, that's fine. That's a good guy. And antiquarian, food taster. I guess we'll keep our friend as a food taster. That's fine. Need your friend, your family in the baggage train, absolutely. And I guess we'll go ahead and search for more knights. Oh, and you know what? We don't even need to search for male gen anymore, because we can have female fighters now in our new culture, so we can invite anybody to come fight for us. You can come down here. You come down here. And I guess because we're egalitarian, I'm probably not going to bother to demand everyone convert here. I think that was an early Levi thing, something that he felt he needed to do because the community was under so much pressure initially. But now we're stronger than actually like all of the local enemies that we can come up against one-on-one. Paul is very powerful here, especially with his alliances. At least both of his alliances are internal, so I don't think he's likely to declare war on us. But that is a lot of strength that they can potentially field. So let's go ahead and disband all of those. Let's let our mangonels just finish topping off, and then let's take Ramapo. Let's take the rest of that duchy there and get even closer to having all of Gotham. We need to take Hudsonian territory in order to have literally all of Gotham, but Baltus is not long for this world. What are you offering me? What are you offering me? I don't think you're offering me anything. If you want to be free, you have to pay me a ransom, guy. Give me this. That's the painting of the dude with his hand out and the finger in his hand. If you want your freedom, it's yours, but you do have to pay us. We're gonna do a holy war for Ramapo, I guess. Yeah, because we have all we need in terms of our siege weapons here. Yeah, women can die for Levi. Anyone can die for Levi. If you want to be in on this, it doesn't matter. Like the Haredi world is starting to open up, and everyone, you can be Zoroastrian even. Like that's cool. Muslims can die for Levi. That's fine too. We even took their heir immediately in that siege, and that's only 25 gold. So you know what? That's only 25 gold. We're at the point where 25 gold is literally meaningless. So we're gonna immediately siege down their capital and then piece them out. Count Julius, you are awful. You are a lot worse than your dad. All right, well, we'll grant to a Neo Yiddish culture guy, and yeah, you're a lot better. You're a lot better. Great, Newark, Edison, fantastic. Oh man, we are so close over there. I guess this is growth time for Levi. He's got all he needs, including people to declare war on. So yeah, Old Dominion, you're part of the Mid-Atlantic Empire, and I think we're moving faster and faster towards that. Roanoke has no troop strength, and Florida is on the other side of the universe, so I'm not messing around with that. I guess we'll do Piedmont here just to strip out like a core part of Old Dominion. If we could take a bunch of Northern Virginia, then I think their empire is going to start getting weak enough that our local guys like Baltimore might declare war on them. So we'll go straight there. And you know, Baltus, is this going to be our last ride together, Baltus? And then the casus belli is going to be that Baltus dies, and so then Hudsonia like withdraws from the alliance, and so then we get angry, so that we have to declare war on old kingdom of Baltus. There, I think we've justified it. I think we just came up with a lore reason behind our invasion of Hudsonia here. No problem. Everything is role playing. If you squint, everything is role playing. All right. Yeah, they have grossly misjudged their position here, Old Dominion. They sent their troop out onto the ocean and then tried to get into a fight with us. That is not bueno, Old Dominion guy. All right, good. So now that we've won the Battle of Bathsheba and we're starting to push into Northern Virginia, we are going to siege down some things that are outside of the oh my god, 775 siege we can get through in 3 months. How much is this? 850. All right. Well, you know what? We have the best siege weapons, I guess. That's what you get for having a bunch of mangonels plus 6 men-at-arms. Jeez, Pete's. Yeah, get out of there. Come on down. Stop getting into fights against the enemies who are scary. Yeah, I would love to see naval battles. They didn't have those in CK3 or CK2, so I'm not surprised that they don't have them in CK3. But there are some really important naval battles from this time period. It's just that, like, if you're going to start doing that, then you get into the realm of, like, how much is it worth it? Like, from a development standpoint, we're going to take this opportunity to blow up Dominion's troops before we piece them, because I'm sure we can get a stack wipe here. Yep, there it is. And although it does mean that now Dominion is going to be weak enough that maybe the Commonwealth is going to attack them, and that's a little scary. If that's where we go and we end up with a war against the HCC for control of, Southern Virginia or something like that, I think that could be a really fun big end of game fight for Levi. All right, we're going to take Piedmont and disband our armies and go ahead and give that to, I guess, you're also pretty good. You're also pretty good. Give it to you. You're just, and you're a peasant leader. So that's on brand for us, I suppose. And Old Dominion has just had their capital stripped away from them, so they have absolutely no power anymore. Oh boy. Yeah, we'll just work down Fitness Expert. That's plenty reasonable place to be in. I'm not declaring war on guys for these little borders out there. I think we have much bigger fish to fry on that front. The poem is lauded. The poem is goated. Declare war. If we wanted to speed up those truces, then you can assassinate them. I don't think that makes any sense for our character to do, so we're not going to do it. But if you at home are impatient and you've fought a war against somebody and you beat them, like, go ahead and just murder them, and then the truce will reset because the truce is personal. So if the person that you're waging war against dies, then congratulations, you can kill their kids without any sort of issue. General Douglas rules Washington. At one point you did, General Douglas, but that is not the case anymore. Maryland and the eastern coast is falling under Haredi control. Look at that. We've already spread that far. Oh man, we need to get our culture spreading into Philadelphia and south and east out of this area, out of Sullivan. That's why we do need that war after Baltus dies. So many people. But we can go. Let's go help out in this peasant rebellion here. Offered to join war. Peasant uprising. Raise all armies. Yep. There we go. There's going to be a couple of these peasant rebellions, sort of like no matter what you do, even if you're trying to be extremely, extremely liberal and tolerant towards the people you conquer, you can technically make it easier by having local vassals of the right culture. But then you start having issues where, like, if your local vassals are the right culture for their places, but not for you, they can rebel, and they'll be a lot stronger as a result. So that's not, it's not free to do that, but it is a way to reduce peasant revolts if those are a problem for you for whatever reason. We have the 10 years on Washington and the Grand Synagogue there, so we don't need anything on that side. We can't disband our troops just yet because we are technically at war. There we go. And now the cash really is just like overflowing. I guess we'll replace this light footman. Yeah, let's max out these men at arms first, and then replace the light footmen. What should we replace them with? Oh my god. Oh no. Oh Hudsonia. Oh Hudsonia. So close, and yet so far. I guess we'll hold court. Yeah, let's hold court. Oh, we could adopt Jason, but he's feeble. No, we will find him a home. He'll have a nice time. Someone we captured intervening all the way out from Missouri is offering us an opportunity to become a friend. I think we might actually negotiate here for you to just join our court because you're a friend of ours now. Yeah, bing bang boom, and he's coming with 21 martial, only 8 prowess, so maybe not a great knight, but that's not a problem. We'll give you a little bit of money down there. We got some cash. We got some cash. In fact, we have so much cash that let's go ahead and just jack up some of these options for us. Let's go to many servants in decent fashion. We got the cash. Pay ransom. Yeah, all right, that's fine. You can ransom as many of your friends as you want. Not an issue. Where we're going, ransom is gonna mean nothing. Lifestyle experience. Yeah. This is a little violating, but that's okay. It's not the end of the world. And I guess, where is Vin's? That's in Brooklyn itself. You know what? Let's found a holy order, actually. I think that having a holy order is more useful when you have like a bunch of powerful vassals, and I don't know if we're likely to do that. No, I'm not going to make it to that. Not going to make it to that hunt in time. Oh man, did we talk about going on a hunt and then just like not get out there? That does feel like what we did, but it's okay. Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna go ahead and usurp this. Do I want to usurp that? No, you need so much gold. You need 1,500 gold in order to form an empire from here, because we're gonna need to create another kingdom title and then the empire title. So yeah, we need a lot of cash to make that happen. Believe in yourself, Levi. You have control over all of these great cities. And absolute control is not going to be a bad thing for us. Grand Synagogue. Who have we still our truce with? 13 months with Dutchland. All right. Oh. Okay, well there it is. Baltus has died. So now I guess what we're going to do is we're going to declare war for Chesapeake. We're going to take control of that. We're going to pretend like we had an opportunity to try to invite Hudsonia in to continue to honor our alliance that we had with Baltus, and they're going to decline. And Levi is going to use that, is going to take that as a personal insult, and then that's going to be the thing that causes the end of the kingdom of Hudsonia up there, because we do have a great holy war for an entire kingdom that we can still work with here. And we have so many siege weapons that I think we can take just about anybody. And unfortunately, the Americanists have so few troops that I don't think they can do anything about it. Oh, we just stole one of their court books. That's fantastic. The Beltway Constitution. This might be a holy item for the other people, but anything that's going to help us to stack up the experience points for our guy is the way to go. Aptitude poor. Adam has become infirm. Oh no. All right. Well, we're gonna have to find a better court physician for us here, because that is not acceptable. Adam, we'll find someone to heal you. I mean, I guess you're 59. That's a little old, actually. We want someone who's gonna stick around for a little bit. 29? Invite to court? She will not move. God, she's in Paul's court too. 35. Oh. Alright, well this guy's interesting at least. Oh man, but poor Adam, Rabbi Adam here. We're gonna have to, oh my god, he's near death? Why did I invite you? Alright, Rabbi Adam, you will become, yeah, you know what? You will become our best friend. You'll become our best friend out here. We're gonna find a replacement for you, not because like we're not happy with what you did here, Rabbi, but like you gotta know that you're almost dead and or at least going in that direction. So we're gonna need a replacement sooner rather than later. Renry? I mean, if we, oh god, these guys are so close that we're not gonna be able to get them just by paying for their travel expenses. All right, we'll have to search for Judaism. We're still gonna probably find someone who's willing to come to our court. Why are you not? Oh, because you're infirm also. I'm like, why are you not a better doctor for us, Mr. 2024 learning? Well, you're almost dead. That's why. And I suppose we'll get married there. And it looks like our son, Prince Ira, actually, we can set up with another alliance here. He can get married into the family of Louisiana. He can get married into some voodoo cultists. I mean, I hate to say that that's the direction that this group has moved in, but it is absolutely the direction that this group has moved in. We are now interacting with the world on a very broad scale, and District of Delmarva is ours, and that means that now Akiva is our only grandson there, and you're still not the right culture for us. So yeah, we'll just give this over to somebody else. My steward and vassal, my seneschal and vassal, my chancellor and vassal. My courtier and friend. My courtier and friend. You, my courtier and friend. I don't care that you are the wrong culture. That's fine. You are our courtier and our friend. And now, a great marshal for us. One who can even displace Prince Gabriel here, I think. 23 or 21, actually. She's also very powerful. I'm gonna have whoever is our marshal is on train commanders. I think we're gonna leave it as our heir for now, or our son for now, just to help him get a little more prestige, hopefully get a little stronger. But this is the twilight for the Kingdom of Hudsonia here, because now Baltus is dead, and our alliance with Hudsonia has broken down. They have an alliance themselves with Quebec, which is very powerful. But their other ally in Upcountry is basically a non-character, and unfortunately Quebec is having a big problem right now. They have a giant plague going on up there, and we can declare a holy war for the kingdom, and we can take it all of Hudsonia in one war right here. We can only do this once per lifetime, but that's good enough for me, and we can even pull in Louisiana. We have the prestige necessary for that. So let's go ahead and declare war on Hudsonia, but I am going to take another quick little break here, and then we are going to begin what is really the final big push for Levi. He's 55. He's in fine health, so I think that we have maybe another couple of decades actually. But by taking Hudsonia, we should be actually in a position to create the Empire of Atlantica immediately after taking it and refounding that kingdom title. Although if we do that, we might miss out on the opportunity to do the Empire State. Actually, you know what? That's a good thing. Here, let's throw that actually up as a vote thing. What are we gonna do here? Let's start a poll. Empire State or Empire? Add option. Empire State first. Go. Mid-Atlantic. Empire. Oh. See results. You have to have a minimum three things apparently for whatever reason in the poll, but I just threw up a poll. So basically what we're debating here is, should we take the time to create the Empire State as a kingdom title? We can absolutely take the Empire State as a kingdom title first, but you'll note here that if you refound the Empire State, it is expensive. And what it's going to do, of course, by refounding the Empire State, we're going to go from having 2 kingdom titles of Gotham and Hudsonia down to just 1. So that way we would have to add another kingdom title in either Dutchland or Chesapeake. But like, we literally can do that. It just costs another 500 gold. It just depends on if you guys care about the Empire State title or not. But I'm gonna take another quick little bio break here, and then we will get going on our war against Hudsonia. Kind of regardless of what the outcome is going to be in terms of our politics, we are definitely going to be declaring this war whenever we get back. All right, I'll be right back, folks. All right, so here an interesting development for us is that actually King Barto of Hudsonia, the new king in Hudsonia, is actually evangelical. So you'll note that like the normal path for them is to stay as the spiritist, but for whatever reason, Baltus was actually succeeded. What is this? Male preference. Wait a second. Oh shoot. My phone is still playing me in the background. So here you can see that Vanderbrox, King Baltus III, was actually inherited by King Barto of Hudsonia, rather than another member of the Vanderbrox family. So maybe this is why we're attacking them, is that Baltus's family got dispossessed of their land. Yeah. That's why we're declaring war. It's totally cool. Totally cool. Not a breach of role playing contract. Yeah, no. This is totally fine. And Quebec has joined, so we could potentially call in our ally in Louisiana. And you know what? We've got enough prestige that I don't see any reason not to. We've got the tools to make this war pretty easy for us. So I think we're gonna do that, and then that would put probably enough pressure here that these guys are gonna try to probably fight us early before their allies show up. At least is my hope. Because if we can take a fight with Hudsonia before their allies show up, this could be a big problem. Tuscaloosa? The HCC is also attacking them at the same time. All right, well, I guess that makes sense. Like, this is, I don't know, what, like your nephew who you're attacking out here for Control HCC? But unfortunately for you, once we've defeated them and taken control of the kingdom itself, Hudsonia is going to have pieces all over the world. Wow, yeah, that's why they have that interaction with the HCC down there. They apparently inherited parts of them away when they took the kingdom title. But that's going to be really bad for them, partitioned by us as well as the HCC. Talia... No, she sucks. My army is not a nursery. Get her out of here. Like, if she had a good stat, then you know that she would be welcome here, but not right now. Oh, all right. So our best friend and our long-term court physician has finally died. Poor Adam. Let's see. We have a good new court chaplain, so I don't necessarily feel a need to replace him. And we've become melancholic. Oh no! After the death of our good friend there, a great sadness overtook King Levi. We'll see if the sadness sticks with us forever. It might. I guess we'll set up Prince Henry as our local secondary big power in court by making him both the High Almoner as well as the court tutor. But unfortunately, we lost our good friend there. It's the way it goes. Everyone is mortal, and now Levi is able to recognize that for himself. All right, so Basse-Quebec is finally moving their troops in. All right, so we might need to get some war score by actually fighting them. Yeah, by actually fighting them. Let's make that happen. Let's make that happen. Who's getting there? Oh, right. This is our alliance with Badgerland out in Wisconsin. Oh, why are you walking through hostile terrain and taking casualties? Why would you do that, Levi? Don't take casualties that you don't need to. You're gonna take plenty of casualties here, kid. Or are we gonna take plenty of casualties? We took 400 casualties and inflicted almost 2,800. All right. Well, I guess that's certainly one way to fight a war against our old allies in Hudsonia, obliterate their army, and then conquer their land. I suppose we will ransom people. No reason not to. But wow, Hudsonia. You were such a paper tiger. This is like if you're familiar with the history of the Song Dynasty, this is like when they allied with Jin in an effort to help push back against the Liao Dynasty, and then they ended up in a position where the Jin saw that the Song Dynasty was like super duper weak, and so after Jin replaced the Liao in the north, they're probably just gonna keep pushing, and that's what it looks like for poor Hudsonia here. Once their kingdom is under our control, their outlying territories like here and apparently down in the HCC are probably going to be more of a problem for them than a solution. We'll also probably just usurp the title once they're done losing to the HCC, honestly. Dora the Explorer has finished her education, and she is really good. She's not going to be the heir for Prince Henry because of Akiva here, and Akiva is a lot worse. did not roll genius at all out there. So hopefully Prince Henry and Nicole have another kid here. But I guess if Akiva is the heir to the Gutfront, they'll probably be fine. Who is this? What is going on out here? You guys are also fighting a civil war. So this is just like an absolute disaster here in Hudsonia. The inheritance by King Barto here instead of a member of the Baltus family, or what was the name of these guys? The Vanderbrox family. Yeah, wow. That matrilineal descent is gonna explode them. Oh my god, we're gonna get a huge health bonus. Yeah, alright, good deal. No problem, Levi. Yeah, your friend has died, but you have survived. And now we get to even take over that siege that in Albany. Oh boy. So I think what we're going to do once we've taken control of all of their core territory is we'll give some of the land over to some of our sons that we have here. Yeah, we'll become rivals with Representative Chad. That's fine. And I guess we will ransom people. Sure. Yeah, we'll ransom people. Why not? And I guess we'll finish fights against local warlords, because that's what our allies have decided to do out here. Whatever. We get into a couple extra fights against local celebrities, get a little bit extra prestige or fame or whatever. Can't hurt us. And we will ransom again. And that's it. The kingdom of Hudsonia has fallen under Jewish hands. So now we're going to disband all of our troops. We can't usurp the title of Hudsonia itself right now because they are at war with everybody, but given that they are at war with everybody, I don't think their kingdom's going to last very long. But we're going to go ahead and give a ducal title here, the Duchy of South Jersey. We're going to give away to our son here in Cumberland. It's going to be important so that way the son can actually have territory out here on this border, because I think we are going to give some of the borderlands away to princes, so that way they can keep pushing our land out, our borders out. So you are going to get all of the Finger Lakes. We'll give you here that as your secondary domain that you need to watch over. And I'm okay doing this if we are doing like the unification of the Empire State, because like almost all of that is going to be under our territory anyway. It's a little weird that we're giving some land in South Jersey away, but I don't think that we're going to have an independent Chesapeake kingdom down here. Probably, I don't know, we'll see. But we're going to definitely give some land away to Raritan as well. And I think we're going to do the Catskills. Yeah, I think we're going to do the Catskills. So that way we have a couple of like beefy super duke sons who hopefully will inherit fewer lands away from our main heir, who is who we want to be giving as many lands to as we can. And then I guess everybody else here is probably just gonna be liberated into individual duchies. Yeah, everyone else here is individual duchies. So Neo Yiddish, I guess. Prowess. A Zoroastrian Neo Yiddish character. All right, kid, you're interesting enough. You're coming with us. You get to be a duke. We're probably gonna demand you convert, but if you say no, I'm not gonna revoke your title, guy. That you're too interesting not to throw down on the board. And then I guess Albany is gonna be just a Neo Yiddish character. And yeah, you get all that, and you here grant away to Neo Yiddish culture. That's, yeah, you're fine. As long as we don't roll like a vassal who's like inherently unacceptable, then I'm okay just giving them whatever land they're looking for out here to finish up a full duchy. That'll make them really powerful in terms of vassals, but that's not a problem. Like, having powerful vassals is a feature, not a bug. It means they can do some conquering for you. Yeah, you go there, and you go here. And there, just like that, we've absorbed the entire kingdom of Hudsonia, other than the title itself. And because Quebec has done this, the grave insult of conquering Blainville, which was where the other Yiddish Haredi group was located for us, I think it's important. We finished this. I think it's important that we finish turning Philadelphia into Neo Yiddish, and then we'll start working on Sylvan. But I think we need to go for Quebec here. Dutchland, that's not a big problem. Missouri, that's not a huge problem. Yeah, I don't think Quebec can stop us. We have the momentum, so we're going to want to take Montreal. But in order for us to be able to reinforce that, we're also going to need to take Montreal here. So we'll go ahead and just declare war right away. Just keep that momentum moving with Levi as the army that swept through Hudsonia just like keeps moving north, because there's another holy site right here in Montreal, and we're gonna want it. If we can get all of the holy sites out here on the eastern seaboard, I would love to see it. And you split, and you split. I would be concerned about calling in an ally to like help us push off Dutchland, but like, look, 273 troops. Like, you any of these vassals could declare war on you at any moment and take all your land. And if they don't, then we'll help them out there. Know thyself. Yep, that's good for me. And all of Quebec has come out to siege stuff down. Good for them. They're gonna have such a nice time. You guys love sieges. Let's see. Anybody else doing anything in the backyard that I need to be worried about? I don't think so. Those guys are mostly just here to watch. Yeah, I imagine some people are probably going to try to join this fight, because now we're getting into the realm where a lot of different religions are probably start asking themselves, hey, should we launch a holy war against Judaism because they've taken all of our holy sites? But that's a short-term problem. How much is that? 2 months of siege, 58 days. All right. We need all of our troops together, I think, to push those guys off. So let's go bring our troops up to Ticonderoga, and then finish that siege off, and then come on down, Levi. Yeah, get down there. We're not gonna get there in time to stop the siege, but we'll get down here in time to destroy those armies. And I think that the AI is going to get baited into this attack once they start seeing the fight. Yeah, they will. And because this is our territory, it's going to be defensive buildings. Ooh, boy. Ooh, boy. Let's see how this battle goes. Yeah, 700, almost 800 troops gone. And you know what? We'll go ahead and ransom, and then go ahead and piece these guys out, because I don't think we're going to be missing anything here. Yep, there it is. So that wasn't actually the duchy that we wanted right here. This is a duchy that we kind of don't need, but it is a border on Montreal, which is something that we are going to want, and I don't want to have us trying to reinforce like all the way across the river every single time. We will have to do that a little bit, but hopefully only a little bit. Yeah, you're good enough. You're good enough. Boom. New vassal. All right, Levi. Now that you have swept through that area, how close are we to Atlantica? Well, we are getting there, but we do need to form the Empire State first, which I also need to end our nice little poll here. End poll. Oh, yeah. Oh, man, forget. I'm just now moving around this little chat box and just saw that. So what are we seeing that's making this more this particular playthrough more interesting, or just the setting? So like this particular playthrough I think is going to be an interesting one, just because we did have that easy early alliance with Baltus after the very, very, very scary early war with New York. I think if you can get into a scary early defensive war that you can then turn into a victory, that makes a lot of gameplay I think just like fun. And we can usurp. Oh, we can't usurp it because they're still fighting a war. Why would you show that here as a pop-up if I can't actually usurp the title? Why would you tempt me so? Why would you tempt me so? All right, well, we'll create the Kingdom of Chesapeake, and then we won't create the Empire title just yet, because we do want to usurp the Kingdom of Hudsonia and refound the Empire State. But there are a lot of things that you can do in terms of a playthrough that are interesting. Playing as a smaller group, I think, is really fun, because it gives you a lot of choices in terms of like where the world can go. Event pop-ups would be interesting. So if they were to make some, I think that one of the things that they haven't ported over just yet, but I assume they are probably working on, are the like off-map invaders. I would like to see one of those. Like I know that people have some mixed feelings about them because they are like kind of memey, but I think that it's probably unrealistic to assume that nobody from the outside world will ever come to the Americas again in the world of CK3 after the end. I don't think that's very realistic, considering that people were able to get here without steam power. So I think that is something that we should see in the game. But I would also like to see some more like of the story beats. Like I think there's some kind of story beat here with Paul. Paul is now a Mayflower Society character rather than an occultist, which does break my heart. But it's the way that the game goes sometimes, that they change things around, and I don't think that was a bad thing. Hudsonia, please just like surrender already. Can you please? Would you please just surrender to all of these wars so I can usurp your titles? If we're not gonna get that and we have to just like declare war on their last couple of lands, then that's what we'll do. Maybe we'll host a grand tournament, but we'll do that after we finish up this the backyard stuff. Let's finish off Dutchland. These guys are just in the problem. They're a problem right now. I don't think it would take away from player agency, because like some of the stories that they had in CK2 I thought were just like fun and added to player agency. Like Zachariah himself, I think they've made a good argument as to why probably should not be a core part of the game right now. But I think that characters like that are fun and can add a lot in terms of flavor without taking away player agency by making sure that they're interesting choices. Because there were some interesting choices with Zach, like whether or not you decided to go with the Emperor or not. Our alliance with Louisiana broke down. Why did our alliance? Oh, because somebody died. Yeah, that happens. In CK3, I don't know if that's an after the end thing or if that's something from vanilla, but like in the current build, I've noticed that a lot of alliances are breaking down really quickly because of people dying. But I don't think that's a problem. Alliances in this universe are pretty fragile and related on personal politics. Faith in culture specific events would be really fun too. Like we don't have an option to like observe Hanukkah or Purim or whatever, or Rosh Hashanah. But if we had an option for that here, I think that could be fun. Maybe it is here. It's just you have to check at the right time. I don't normally do those sorts of decisions until you get like enough money that you can do whatever you want to. Which means that like most of those decisions we just don't do a lot in our playthroughs because most of them are like one player. But that's okay. That's okay. Hey. I know you just lost that territory to us, but like get out of here. Don't quit sieging us down. We're taking control of the rest of Pennsylvania. We don't need you doing stuff in the backyard. All right, yeah, we'll just enforce this war. Take this land. Harrisburg, I now pronounce a new duchy. Yeah. Yep. Oh boy, 18 stewardship. 18 stewardship. Boom. Gotham just cannot get stopped. We will create that. But we do. I think we have to create the Empire State first. Old Dominion. We still have a truce with you. Oh, sure. I guess we'll intervene here. Like we are not gonna stand by idly and pick up a bunch of stress for not acting in our players role playing here. We're gonna have to sacrifice some levies, but that's okay. It's okay. We're gonna save the land. Ivy Land. How powerful have you gotten, Paul? Have you continued to conquer territory here? It doesn't look like it. It looks like you've mostly watched as Quebec has moved into your imperial territories, Paul. You could fix that. You could go take down Maine or something like that. Probably be better for you. Wouldn't you feel better if you conquered that way, Paul? I think you would. And the HCC is still at war with Hudsonia. Good lord. I guess we have 2 books already. I'm not gonna put money into that, considering that we still have 1,500 golden titles that we need to buy. 1,800 golden titles that we need to buy. 1850 in gold titles that we have to buy here. So I guess Levi here is gonna take this as an opportunity to learn some more stuff about the world that he's expanded into. Yeah, you know what? Why don't we learn Canadian? We're moving in that direction anyway, and we're gonna need to be able to govern Montreal, so I don't think that's a bad thing. Our court chaplain is in trouble. I guess we'll defend him, but Rabbi, you should do better than this. You should definitely do better than this. In fact, You so much should do better than this that you're fired. We're gonna bring in Henry now as our new rabbi in the court. Poor Henry is gonna have to watch us with our healthy and the and our insanely high. Yeah, he might be a secret occultist. That's very possible. But for now, I think this is fine. Oh, Paul is a secret occultist? So you can switch back. Okay, that's good. That means that, you know, we might do another little playthrough with Paul there. Is he secretly Gothic or fathomless? He's fathomless. Okay, that makes sense. That's what the historical path was for them. That could be fun. That could be fun. Ooh. All right. Well, deft diplomacy is gonna save the day here and give us another war that we can fight while we wait for our truce with Dominion. Oh nope, the truce with Dominion cleared. All right, so now we can go into Montreal or we can go into the Old Dominion. But given that Montreal, the next war that we fight against them, we're gonna be fighting for a holy site, and the fact that there's still Yiddish people here, even if they have been forced to convert, means that we want to go ahead and liberate the duchy here. Let's take Montreal itself. And that's probably is going to be the last of the Quebecois campaigns for Levi. Like, I don't feel like he necessarily needs to take all of Quebec out there. It's not part of the empire that we are laying claim to, but it is part of the cultural sphere that we're laying claim to. So I feel good. I feel good sieging down Montreal. I feel really good sieging down Montreal. Actually, do we want to siege Montreal itself? Maybe not. Maybe we want to just like siege all the outlying territories, because this is an enormous fort, whereas all of this nonsense, this is tiny. You can just blow their walls down. Yeah, that's the direction we're gonna go. So in the Gojira mod, Anxious, he said tons of characters have events and no event chains. Yeah, okay, that could be good. Like, most of them, I think the things that I've seen so far are intro events more than event chains. Like, there is a sort of event chain for Constantine Sodi, but it's I would say it's more of an intro than it is a specific, like, full event chain. Because I've only seen, like, 2 or 3 events there for Constantine. And then there are some things that are like intro pseudo events in terms of like the setup in the game. Like, if at the beginning of the game playing out in California, Troy is at war with a Yellow Turban rebellion effectively. Oh, and now we actually have grown large enough that we can embrace the Hebrew language. So the Hebrew language, this is, you know, probably derived from modern language, like the modern Hebrew derived from the ancient Hebrew, with new aspects thrown in, because this is the after the end universe. But boy, getting that language going is going to be pretty fun for our development here. Do we still speak Hebrew language? I guess we will adopt Hebrew as the court language instead of Yiddish. Yeah, we'll do that. Hebrew as our court language, even grander, because that is the new language for Neo Yiddish. And come on, give me your land. Just accept that you can't hold Montreal and give us our brother-in-law's land back, son-in-law. I don't remember how we were related to Blainville, but we were related to them in some way. Give us this land back, please, before we have to eliminate your armies. Somebody's trying to... What? Stop it. Stop trying to murder people. Stop this. All right. You know what? China... Oh, you're here within our realm because your husband's family got unlanded, right? That's why you're all the way out here. Oh, poor China. Your marriage alliance did not go very well, did it? I guess we could marry into Louisiana again. Well, you know what? Yeah, we could marry into Louisiana again. That's fine. It's far enough away. They're outside of our cultural and religious sphere. Ally those far away to attack those who are close. That is like diplomacy 101. But somehow that was an issue that people had not yet solved in the Warring States period in China, because there was a lot of people trying to do the opposite. Let's see. Accolades, you're still good, and you need an heir. All right, well, there it is. We have indeed defeated Quebec and taken Montreal. Fantastic. And we even can give all of this away again to another neat little Neo Yiddish character. Yeah, that's good enough for me. And boom, Montreal is restored to our control, and we're going to go ahead and convert our faith there, and we're going to convert our culture in the Yiddish county for Blainville. So that way there's at least a couple of Neo Yiddish people living all over the place inside our empire, and then maybe your vassals will use that as a way to spread those cultures around, because sometimes they do that if you give them a seed culture to draw off of. Disband all of these troops. And Hudsonia, are you done with your wars yet? God, not done with your wars yet. Who's... Oh, God, they're getting attacked down here, too. Because they inherit... Oh, no, they aren't getting attacked down there. Susquehanna, who... Oh, there it is, the king... I'm like, who is at war with Hudsonia? Where... Show me where this is happening on this map. Well, it's not anymore. The kingdom of Hudsonia has collapsed. All right, good deal. So now we have both the Kingdom of Gotham as well as the Kingdom of Hudsonia. In order for us to form this, we need all of the Kingdom of Gotham here, but we can get that by declaring two quick little wars here on these guys. Oh no, this butt Count Bartow is the guy. Ah, man, this is the guy who we actually need to get the last land from, because in order to create that empire state, we need this. But that's okay. We'll get there. We'll just declare war on the pieces that are remaining out here. Take these guys off the board, and then we are one war away from the empire state, and then just a little bit of gold away from the empire of Mid-Atlantica. So let's go. I like having all of these extra mangonels here. It really makes a huge difference whenever it comes to like these wars against multiple fronts. If you can siege everything down before the enemy has opportunity to respond, it is fantastic for you. Makes it really, really easy to win wars when you can siege things 5 times faster than your opponents can. And yeah, our army should be enough to just take them out. Not a problem. Yeah, I think that the Sodi chain is cool. I think that I agree. Like more of those sorts of chains could be fun. And more intro chains could also be a good way to add more flavor. But like I think that the game has a lot of flavor as is. And I'm looking forward to seeing how they flesh some other parts of the game out. Yep, you're fine. Allies to war. Nah, no allies. No allies. We don't need them for these guys. These are just counts out here. These guys are not ready to fight us. And indeed, we actually captured Susquehanna, and they don't even have any money, so they can't even like really ransom themselves out. So we'll just take their land and give that to Coland, I suppose. Well, you don't have to be a duke. You can make yourself a duke, Countess Shulamith. You've got the power. Old Dominion is trying to become a friend of ours? Bro, I mean, like, it would be cool, but you do understand that we are currently in a very, very quick path going to create an empire down here. Senator Brunor. Nah, man. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. Thank you for trying, but the community needs us to take control of, at the very least, Northern Virginia to make sure that we have a good border with the Commonwealth down there. The Commonwealth is really growing. They are doing the blob. The Commonwealth is doing the blob. They have moved into Alabama. And it looks like they are fighting a little war, but it probably won't be a very expensive one for them. Yep, there it is. And Rockland is ours. Disband everybody. And I guess we'll give Ramapo to just another somebody. Count Joshua, you did it, guy. So proud of you. So proud of you. All right, Empire titles. Alleghania has been cut off. So one of the things that can happen when you're like pushing into the Kingdom of the Dutchland or into Hudsonia is that Alleghania will like start moving in on those border territories in Atlantica and like grab counties in different kingdoms, and then it's just like an absolute mess trying to clear up that border. But that did not happen this time, and I see all of Tidewater as being open. So let's go grab Hampton Roads. So let's go grab some nice premier beachfront property down here in Tidewater. Who else is joining you? Nobody else is joining you. Don't give me that pop-up. Don't give me that attitude. What are you talking about? Who's to defend you? The Magic Kingdom? Florida? Florida is going to come defend Virginia against this? Good luck. Good luck, guys. All right, so now we are like in full gold mode. I'm gonna go ahead and switch over to wealth focus, and we'll like work as much of this stuff in as we can, because I want us to build up our territories. I want us to do some economic development here and build some of these really expensive buildings that we have laying around, because we can build some really expensive buildings in some of these nice little duchies that we were gonna have under our control. Yeah, go finish up Spotsylvania. 5 months left. Oh, and our rival Frederick has finally died. I don't know how we ended up in a rivalry with him. It's probably because we took his land. That's 9 times out of 10. That's what the cause is. Get out of here, Pico. Quit trying to steal my food. Get back. $32 days. Yep. And once we get down to professional workforce, then we've got a lot of tools when it comes to building stuff. Oh, my friend John died, and this was I think the guy who was like super loyal to us. Is that who that was? Yeah, that was the guy who's super loyal to us. Whoops. All right, well, whatever. We'll give away another Neo Yiddish character. Thomas died of typhus. The guy who owed us a strong hook died of typhus. Oh well. Yeah, you become a new duke down here, Aaron. Fancy caravan guy. That's good enough. And then we'll go wipe out their army and then siege down their capital, and then this should be enough war score that we take control of Tidewater. And like we could have gone straight through and sieged all of Tidewater instead of like just trying to deal with their army, but you get war score from like so many different things in CK3. Don't think that there's only one way to win a war. Just get war score. That's how you win war. Get war score. And that's exactly what we did. We won war score and sieged everything down, took Tidewater. Even took more people captive whenever we took their capital there. All right, well, we're gonna siege down Fairfax too, I guess. If we're gonna siege down everything in Old Dominion and just like extort enormous amounts of money while these guys try to figure out how to stop us, that's okay. That's okay. Southern Tapestry, that's fine. Not exactly the strongest thing we're gonna see in terms of court artifacts, but that's all right. Virginius, I guess. Yep. Go ahead and ransom again. And enforce for Tidewater. There it is. Swept through, man, almost all of the Mid-Atlantic. Except for you. Almost all of it except for you. If we do this, we will lose a level of fame and 400 legitimacy. No, it's not worth it. Not worth it. I guess we got enough gold here that I'm fine just creating another ducal title down here in Tidewater. And we will grant that to you. Yeah, to you. Excellent. We will have another really great steward down here, just able to give us even more stewardship in the event that somebody dies and we have to make some rapid replacements. Okay, all right. Akiva has become zealous. Like that's moving up in the world. Henry, it's unfortunate that your only son is such a fool compared to the rest of us, but that's all right. I know that you think that this should legitimately belong to you, Guy, but you inherited your throne in a very weird way, and then we overran you, so I'm gonna call that a skill issue on your part. Neo Yiddish and Yiddish is so close. I'm not gonna worry about their cultural affiliation there. You can do a diplomacy challenge. Yeah, let's do a diplomacy challenge. We were able to settle the dispute. Excellent. We'll just tell her to stop doing that. Like, I think our desire to learn things are pretty clear and in game, but he's compassionate and just and all that good stuff. Levi's not going to be interested in taking food or taking stuff away from the dead. Let's do. You know what? Let's just get a sword. Let's just get a sword. No, that's only a 50% sword. I trust your judgment. Yeah, forge an axe. Sure, no problem. Levi the Liberator with his axe in hand, just doing hatchetations on these Americanist kingdoms out here. Perfection. And I guess that's enough in terms of. Oh no, we'll drop in. We'll drop Neo Yiddish into Washington, and I think that's probably going to be the full extent of where we're spreading our culture on our own. Let the AI do the rest of it. And it looks like now our vassal sons are powerful enough that they are doing whatever they need to do to put down revolts all on their own. Oh, except for you. You are getting crushed by revolts here, so yeah, we will offer to join your war. Yeah. We have 10,000 troops. Oh my god. This campaign started with 860 troops or something like that. Just like absolutely crazy that we've grown so far so fast. But that's CK3. Like that is the way that things go. 150 renown? Sure, yeah, absolutely. No problem. And is there anybody else out here who's suffering with rebels? Yes, there are actually a couple who are suffering with rebels. So let's go help Leah with her peasant uprising. And keep Hudsonia safe until we can take this. When is that truce up actually? Oh, it just ended. All right, cool. So we'll finish these guys off, and then we can form the Empire State. Because that should be the last of. Oh no, it's not the last. That's also something we need to take down. We have to declare war on Chad. Well, we can take Chad and the county in one war, or in one pseudo one war. Just declare war on them at the same time. That's good enough. And that should be the last of the Kingdom of Gotham. So I think we can disband everybody here and go in here and declare war for that county and declare war for that county and raise everybody up. And that is Gotham. Who's going to defend you? Honestly, man, who is, you show me where they are. 5,000. So Basque Quebec is coming down to fight you or fight for you. I mean, that's cool, but I think by the time they get there, all of your cities are going to be under our control. Oh boy, that is actually pretty reasonable. Yeah, you can join us, no problem, kid. Yashiel. Yeah, these cities are gonna fall insanely fast. Oh, cool. Yeah, that's not a legendary inspiration or anything like that, but I don't think it has to be for it to be good value for us. And we'll take the regalia, and I guess the potsherd. You know what? We're gonna repair this. Actually, we're gonna keep that around because that is a gift to us from King Baltus, and we'll hold on to that as just like a token to remind everybody that we were good friends with Baltus, and our declaration of war there was totally justified and absolutely the right thing for us to do because his land had been usurped by the Gee people coming from the south, and whatever other sort of nonsense you want to come up with in terms of personal explanations for why we attacked them, but that is something that would happen in the real world, right? Everyone's always coming up with political reasons for their conquest, and it looks like we actually did indeed get everything done before their allies showed up, and now we get to destroy the army of Basse Quebec just for coming down here. I mean, that's fine by me. Oh my god, we literally destroyed it. That was an entire stack wipe. All right. Well, in that case, we will do our normal thing, ransom everybody, and then take their land. And that's it. The Empire State is reborn. So we've taken all that, disband here. We should have all of Gotham, and we have all of Hudsonia, and now we get to be named Excelsior. Boom, ever upward. So now we've united the kingdom titles of Gotham as well as Hudsonia. Both of those have disappeared. Our main, I think we want to make our main title be be the Empire State. Make primary. And you know what? We got the gold. Let's go straight into Empire. Boom. So now we are an empire. We have 3 more years before we can go into absolute crown authority, at which point we can start doing whatever we want to in terms of laws and inheritance and whatnot. But I don't think we need to do that. I'm going to give Joshua control over the remainder of the Hudson Valley right there. And I guess we'll just hold on to White Plains for now because we are going to have New York as one of our main duchies. In fact, I'm going to make that title right now as well, just so that way everyone knows where the Empire of Atlantica really is. And that is just the beginning here, actually, because like we can continue to declare war on the Old Dominion. Did you guys have somebody die here? They did. Bruenor the Generous, who we had been at war with very, very recently to take control of Tidewater, now is in a position where he's died, and that means that this land is going to be ours. We're going to take control of Northern Virginia. I don't know if we're going to take control of all of the Empire of Atlantica because I don't know how many wars I want to fight against the HCC, but I think we can get away with at least one for Southside down there. But let's take on Old Dominion first and take Northern Virginia, so that way if our vassals start getting a little spicy, they can start pushing these guys around. Boom. And raise all. And Cipra is lined up with Louisiana, Baton Rouge. You know, all the rest of these marriage alliances might not have been as powerful as I'd like, but the fact that we got like a really good war early is kind of all you need. If you get a good defensive war early, you get so much gold from that. That was actually a really great opportunity for us to bully New York. We got lucky that we won the big battle with them, but you know, if you have a really, really good advantage when it comes to your knights and your commander, and we had both of those things, then you can win. You can punch up a lot. Oh, all right. Well, someone is waging war for Louisiana down there. but it looks like they're doing it. They called us in like right after they won the war, so I guess we'll say good luck down there in Louisiana. Good thing that you guys could win without us. I don't know why they call us in like that. Oh no! Oh no! Well, our wife did finally die. Rebecca of House Cohen. She was all right. She was the family out in Blainville. So I guess it makes sense that we went all the way out there because we were married to that family. I guess we'll go ahead and do another marriage alliance here. New Orleans. I don't know. Seriously, is nobody is powerful enough to add anything valuable to an emperor? You guys don't want to get married to Emperor Levi? He's 63 years old, but like he's in pretty good shape. Levi's a good enough whatever. All right, let's see if we can find a wife for Levi. He's gonna marry Jewish again, just for the purposes. We're not gonna marry our granddaughter. We can't do that anyway, but we're not going to. Is anybody a genius here? Anybody? Sophia is quick. Could marry a lowborn. That could be something funny for us to do in our old age. Seriously, nobody else has any good inheriting traits for us. I guess Olivia is robust. Whatever. We will get married to a lowborn. I think that's perfectly reasonable for a man who himself was lowborn once upon a time, and now finds himself as the emperor out here. Yeah, that's good enough. And now with Spotsylvania under control, even more of Northern Virginia is liberated. Oh boy. I guess Fredericksburg, you're not strong enough to hold on to all of that territory if we just give it to you. Maryland. Is Maryland part of that kingdom? No, Maryland is part of the Chesapeake Kingdom. Tidewater. Nah, we'll give it to Urine. Give us a couple of really beefy vassals here along the southern border in case the HCC starts getting spicy. And we became a hunter. All right. So let's see. Legendary weave throughout. All right. So if we can get a legendary item to drop in here, that would just be A+. We're gonna destroy these unnecessary banners that are not ours. We might give away one of the banners that we have here, like the Southern Tapestry, for instance. We might give away to a vassal king, or we might just destroy it for gold. But getting a legendary artifact in our kingdom would be really good, if we can swing it. You know what? Sure. Yeah, if you think that investing in the local economy in New York is the right thing to do, I believe you. Things are growing really, really nicely for us here. And because we're overseers, we have like a lot of nice bonuses to our disease resistance. Oh, we get bad feedback. Sorry, guy. I probably should have intervened and said you can't tell our antiquarian what to do, but you know, Levi. He's a nice guy. He's gonna try to keep things orderly between everyone. Yeah, we'll do a higher quality. That's fine. And we can't back out and go back in, but you know what? This is, I think, the perfect opportunity. The HCC has pushed into our imperial territory, not so far that we have to fight multiple wars against them, and if we fight one quick war here for Southside, that might be enough to convince the HCC to just stay out of Old Dominion entirely. So yeah, let's just keep going south. This is the legend of Levi. We're gonna defeat every empire here along the eastern coast in a goal to secure the Jewish people forever. Yeah, that's what Levi's doing. He's not just map painting. There's a sociological reason behind it. He might have forgotten what it was by now because he's starting to get kind of old. But there's definitely a reason for all of this conquering. Yeah, there's gotta be. Your daughter is 3 prowess? No, your daughter is not allowed to become our knight. Sorry. Like 3 prowess? Are you trying to get Tyrion killed? Okay, this is a 60-40 shot. Yes, improves the work. Excellent. And it looks like the HCC is just going to let us siege that down. Like, they actually... I guess they decided that now Levi is too strong, and they're going to have to just wait for the succession to hopefully break up the Empire of Atlantica. But little do they know, that's not the way things work here on We Play Games. When we succeed, that is going to be the end here for Levi. But in the meantime, boy, we're just like whumping the board. Oh, no, CK3, don't crash, please, come on, man, be cool. CK3, you've been so good. Why would you crash like this? All right. Well, we'll send that off and pop back in. Paradox Crash Reporter. Do you want to work with me here? You gonna send the you gonna send that? Or are you just gonna spin in the background and not send it? Paradox Crash Reporter, are you gonna crash? Oh no, Paradox Crash Reporter is gonna crash. Paradox, don't do this to me. Failed to upload crash report. I know, man. Listen, I know. You don't have to explain it to me. CK3, come back. You can do it. Boom. All right, so now we'll. Oh, I could have just clicked resume. I don't remember where it's the autosave is going to drop us, but it should be close towards the end of that war. Let's see. Do. So does anybody have any other like characters that they're looking forward to playing around with in After the End? Like, I really like the stuff going on in California. I think that's a really cool backdrop. We've done a lot. Why are you saying the application is not responding? We were literally just playing at Windows. Why are you doing this to me? God, close the program. All right, fine. Close the program. Let's open this up again. You can do it. I know you can do this, computer. You've done this before. You're just being a goof. You're just being a goof. But I know Maya was playing a little bit in Barrow in Kentucky. It's a really interesting area because they have the Behemoth Covenant down there, and they're like really opposed to basically everybody else in CK3 After the End, and so like there are a lot of religions and a lot of different faiths that view you as hostile, and that makes diplomacy really complicated if you're playing in like the Behemoth like Kentucky territory. If you're playing with Golden or any of the other people who are revelationists, then that your life is like a little bit easier because revelationism is not as inherently oppositional to Christianity as the Behemoth cults are. Like the Behemoth cults are they're hostile to everybody other than themselves, I guess. Whereas at least the revelationists have a reasonable relationship with the evangelicals to their east and their south. But I like even further afield, there's like lots of really interesting things in the game. The event chain with Portia, like it's not really an event chain yet, but you do have a little bit of stuff that pushes you into the Caribbean. But one of the things that I kind of would like to do with Portia at some point is take Portia and try to move into Mexico and be the interloper in the invasion there, because I don't think I've ever played into Iberia with like somebody from the outside. I don't know how bad it is to play as an interloper, and I think that could be fun. All right, it looks like it is indeed loading, but it's loading, albeit slowly, as the way it frequently is here. Hopefully just closing Inkscape was enough to add some stability. After the end. Come on, man. You can do it. You're not Age of Wonders 4. You can open faster than this. I believe in you. Sometimes it loads really quickly when it's had a recent crash, but sometimes it's still pretty choppy, and it seems like it's still a little bit choppy here. But we're so close. We're so close to having all of the Mid-Atlantic Empire under our control, actually. Like, we have this war against the HCC, and then we have another war or two against Old Dominion, and then probably one against the presidency, because it looks like the Americanists have, like, reinforced right into West Virginia over there. That's what it looks like. But yeah, this is coming quickly to a successful close here for Levi. Yeah, yep. All right. Let's see the HCC army off of the field, and then the game crashes again. Don't crash again. Please don't do this. God damn it. All right. Well, you know what? It's crashed twice now. I think, unfortunately, let me see if it'll open again, but I think this might be a save file that might be like crash locked. But you know what? I feel like I'm going to stop here. I feel like we were successful in establishing the legend of Levi here. Unfortunately, it does seem like that now the save file is just like crash looping, because I guess we could reload a month, but I think we know what we're doing. The Empire of Judaism was successful here, so actually let's take a screenshot of that for the new thumbnail, and then we'll probably stop it here. But yeah, that was the Legend of Levi, stopped by the hand of God and my PC, I suppose. But we'll put up another another poll for the next CK3 after the end thing. I'm not sure if we're gonna stream that next week or not, because I do want to stream Endless Space 2, and I might want to stream Victoria 3. We'll see how I feel about Vicky 3, because there's still some performance issues on that front. But if you like Age of Wonders 4 and you like the art direction there, then you are gonna love Endless Space 2. I think it's not sci-fi, it's fantasy, or it's not fantasy, it's sci-fi, but it's beautiful sci-fi. And yeah, I made a post on the Reddit for this, at least. I think I did. Yeah. But yeah, that's gonna be it for today. And thanks for stopping by. Pirate stream, yeah, we might do a pirate stream soon. I think probably next week I am gonna stream something else, and then the week after that we'll do CK3 after the end again as our like flexible Age of Wonders 4 not